What's going on, everybody? Kins, Death Prime, Geekmen. You better watch out for me and my crew. Like, Kins and Death Prime and Geekmen. And Frank. How's volume levels for everybody? I have the microphone a little closer today, so I'm probably extra crisp. And of course, I had to put some music on. Cool. We have a pretty good lineup for today. 4 deck techs, 1 full deck build, and we have a couple spots open if anybody wants to get a deck tech done today. And also, as always, there's the open. Here we go, right here. Ability to pick what we're building that will be on the show. All of that information is on Ko-fi. Boom, 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 boom. I was feeling kind of funky today. That was my musical mood. Wow, wow. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah. All right. Doing some double checks, making sure that I've got everything functioning correctly. Bumping up. I'll bump the mic up a little bit. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Glow Shadow. What's going on? Figured I'd get the stream started a little early today and just hang out. And then in a few minutes, we'll get to the deck teching. Excellent, excellent. Some of these decks today are pretty bad mamma jammas. Wow. What am I looking forward to working on? In general or for today's lineup? Both. Personally, I am working on two decks from Final Fantasy. So far, probably a lot more. I'm building uh, mono green Professor Hojo. You know what? Let me do this. Whoop. Ta-da. Wait, not Maxfield. I need Scryfall. Not Go-Go. Hojo. This guy. Cause I wanted an interesting challenge, and I never go mono green. But I was like, okay, cool, reduction on activated ability. And that is a lot of card draw. That is a lot of card draw. That's up to 4 cards every rotation for 2 green mana. I think this card is sneaky good. I mean, it's just as simple as, great, I'll play Professor Hojo on turn 2. On turn 3, I'll play any sword of blank and blank, Buster Sword, any of those, equip for free and swing. So, like, people aren't holding up instant speed interaction on turn 3. So you get your setup like kind of out of nowhere, because generally equipment, either you play something on the board that's like obviously you're going to equip that and swing next turn, or you have to wait. But I'm like, okay, I can make this work. And then the other one that I am building is Black Waltz number 3. I was kind of given this challenge, although I was looking at it a little bit already, but given this challenge to build this as CEDH, because it's very atypical. There's no built-in card advantage, there's no built-in resource advantage. But that is a lot of damage. Why Black Waltz over Kuja? Because Kuja is slow. Kuja is you're trying to grind them out. Because you play it, you pass the turn, you get 1 wizard. And you're hoping, okay, maybe I can flip it in another turn or so, or even if you already have the wizards on board, okay, great, you've made 1 wizard that now does 2 damage if you've done extra wizards. This just lets you go all in 1 turn. Great. Cast Black Waltz, 0 mana artifact, mana rock, ritual, boom, 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 boom. Oh, maybe we hit it with the Tainted Strike, and you're just like, cool, I cast 5 spells and win the game. So I think Kuja is a cooler card, and I think it's a much better card for casual, but this does have some real legs. Because also you can win with any like infinite recursion of a 0 mana artifact. There's a lot of like Underworld Breach stuff you can do with it. But yeah. Hi, Lornut. Hello, Revan. All right, are we ready for this? As always, welcome back, everybody. It's Deck Tech Day. Every Wednesday, it's Deck Tech Day. We both go over some decks that you all have submitted, ones that we've gotten through our patrons, or you can also get individual deck techs at Ko-fi. We still have a couple left for today. If you've got something you've been working on, want to see you like a little help or some direction for it. And we're also going to be doing a full deck build that we'll be using on the show. That'll come a little bit later. And you'll notice up here, I'll point it out again. While we're building that deck, you can just be like, you got to put this card in it. Whether that's good, you're like, I have a cool new pet card that I want you to play in the deck. Or if it's like, I want to put this dumb card in and make somebody suffer, that'll be a thing you can do. But let's start on deck number 1. This is a cool card. So, submitted by our patron Twilight Sovereign. This is Go-Go Mysterious Mime. It is not the Go-Go that I would go to first. But after looking at this a little bit more, this is kind of strong. Hold on, give me a second. All right. So let's go over the card first. So 4 mana, you get a 2/2, but that's not really important because beginning of combat, Go-Go becomes a copy of another creature you control. It gets +2/+0, and both creatures get haste. So at the very least, this is a haste enabler because anything you play, you're just like, great, Go-Go gives it haste and becomes a copy. So you're swinging with 2 copies of that on your turn. So Twilight Sovereign has said this deck was initially going to be a like steal and sacrifice kind of theme, but then it turned into a very specific lore-based deck. So those of you who are Adventure Time fans, this is a Magic Man from Adventure Time themed deck. Now, our sponsor, Moxfield, is by far the best way to like build decks and show decks off. But I'm gonna cut to their submission really quickly just to show you the love that's gone into this deck. So I imported this into our Moxfield, but it was submitted on a different site. But I just want to go through because they've carefully laid out all of what all the different cards in the deck are. So before we even go over how the deck functions, I just want to show so we've got all the characters from the show. Our commander is Magic Man, and we've got Pip-Boy, which I think is the perfect BMO. Delina as Betty Groff. Portraiser is Billy. Right? Lelia as Princess Bubblegum. Templeth Mayhem representing Chaos. This actually I think is a really good art. It's just exactly the vibe of Farmer Death. Is the Echoing Worm. Professional Facebreaker is Finn, which is also a great fit. We've got a mono red dog that is relevant as Jake the dog. Gunther as silly little guy. Goliad, Fire Princess. Here's LSP, which is like this makes me very happy. This is so thought out, and it is a fun and functional deck. Look how thorough this is. Gumball Guardian, Peppermint Butler, right? You got the little cane. Here's Marceline, obviously vampire. Ricardio, Scorcher, the Lemon Grabs as like the pair of them, and Stormo, the Lich, Susan Strong. Yes, deck text today. All right. So you get to see this. This is so lovingly crafted. So if we take a quick look over the deck. All right, let's see. Planeswalkers got Koth, good for mono red. Just like make sure that you've always got a mountain to play. Gives you a little extra removal. And Super Valakut Ultimate. Okay, creatures are going to be very important because we want to be looking at creatures that are really good when we have Go-Go out. So something that that is a red Go-Go, right? Everybody's looking at blue Go-Go, including me. But yes, there is red Go-Go, and red Go-Go is really cool. We want creatures that are good to give haste to. Yeah, because okay, let's look back at the things that we give. Haste, a little attack buff, and swinging with a copy of it. So Dreadhorde Arcanist, great. You want it swinging right away, and it cares about its own power. So giving this a +3 boost automatically means you drop it, swing, cast something that costs 3 or less from your graveyard. Love that. We do have a lot of smaller creatures, so the irrelevant gremlin triggers off of Go-Go and a lot of these other creatures. Let's see. Facebreaker also really nice with being able to give haste. And on the turn that you play it with Go-Go, you'll get double triggers because Go-Go is a copy. This is a little impulse draw, and the trample is nice, giving it giving that extra. Now, it's a really good choice for the flavor, but it doesn't necessarily, like, this is not you can't exert Go-Go as well, which I guess you really wouldn't want to do anyway. Go-Go does copy everything. Go-Go becomes an exact copy of the card except for its name, so you don't have to lose one to the legend rule. Yeah, I love the Gimli here because of the double strike plus the buff. Yeah, we've got a lot of powerful stuff. Twin Flame in here just like for the extra damage, and yeah, Port Razor is spicy. Port Razor is spicy. You have to figure out how you're getting in on players, but if you can, double Port Razor, double hasted Port Razor out of nowhere, because that's another big advantage that this deck has, is all of your stuff is a surprise. Your opponents really only have a small window to deal with what you're doing, because it's like Go-Go's on the board, and it's not really doing anything. It's not going to be your number one priority to remove. But the thing, as soon as you play something, then you have two of them that can swing that turn. Yeah, Rose also really nice. Double triggers, double junk, double mana for sacrificing junk. Yeah, this is looking very cool. My first instinct is this is not enough creatures though. We're only at 20 creatures, but let's see what else we got. All right, sorceries. Impulse draw. Impulse draw. So much impulse draw. We're also goading everything. Why do we want to goad everything? Is it like just a protective kind of thing? Like, I'd like to not get hit this turn and opens people up to get hit. I mean, I can see the vision. Very much impulse draw. Brotherhood's End. That is interesting, because most of our stuff dies to 3 damage. So maybe this is only in here to destroy artifacts to slow down the ramp. All right. I approve. Mono red playing on the stack. Counterspell. redirect and copy, redirect, copy and redirect, uh, copy. This is my kind of red instant section. There's a lot of impulse draw in this, so I wonder if that's like a struggle that the deck is having. Because like it gets the job done, but I feel like maybe there are better options. All right, artifacts. This is an interesting choice because we have a commander that gives haste. So the only thing I'd really want to be putting this on is the commander. And in that, if that's the case, give me like something else. Give me Greaves or give me Swiftfoot Boots. Manifold Key helps us to get in. Are there artifacts that we care about untapping? If we get Chalice on 2, Stockpile is pretty decent to untap, setting up for a later turn. But that's it. Maybe this also could be something better. Disruptor Flute, I assume, is a meta choice. Some classics. Yeah, this is Silver Shroud Costume is a nice way protect your stuff and unblockable for 2. All right, and now they I'm going to point these out because they noted them in their submission. There's Winter Moon here and there's Blood Moon here. And these are mean cards. These are mean cards. I'm not saying don't play them, but they are certainly a higher bracket of like puzzle to solve. Some decks just fold to this, and many more decks don't have fun with them. But it's a Magic Man themed deck. And so if you know, you know. So we had to have these cards in here, and I as long as you're telling your table beforehand that these are in the deck, I'm down for it. Wild Wasteland, that's the one that skips your draw, right? But you impulse draw twice per turn. That card always worries me. All right. Truth and Justice. So we are I personally, I'm not wild about the swords period, but what does this do for us? Like, it gives us protection from like one relevant color and one semi-relevant color for targeted stuff. But I don't think we have a counters theme here. This is, again, double duty. A little expensive to keep 3 mana up to save something. But it does do 2 things you want. Protect creature and grant unblockable. And what are you here for? Okay. Furious Rises, more impulse draw. A clean 38 lands, most of them mountains. Okay. And we got Valakut in there just cuz. All right. So, what we're trying to do with this is see how we can upgrade it and help it play at a bracket 4 level. That is a very good challenge. It's very specific because if we look at the bracket information here, right now it's a 3. It's a 3 besides the Blood Moon and Winter Moon. And so the reason they want this to be able to play bracket 4 is so they can play a deck with Blood Moon and Winter Moon, and even though it's thematic, they don't have to have that conversation at the beginning. They're just like, this is bracket 4. They just need to they need the rest of the deck to catch up to Winter Moon and Blood Moon. I have some thoughts. So if we're going Winter Moon and Blood Moon, triple down. Triple down. You need your third copy, right? So yeah, Magus of the Moon gives us one more of those effects. Because I do like it's thematic. I think it's there's a lot of lore to explain, but the blood moon makes sense. Moon stuff, Mars stuff. All right. I would also, yeah. You know what? Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. Because now that I don't have to worry about doing this. I'm actually gonna add these to the deck. We see a couple cards in the sideboard. I don't think that any of these are terribly necessary here. I would also, I would just put in the cards that are good. I mean, like, I don't have to talk about this. Deflecting Swat is a really strong card, and this deck is certainly focused around putting the commander out. You could put the fast mana in there. That's, I mean, you all figure that one out. We have a Throne of Eldraine here, which taps for 4 mana in our color. I just ordered one of these using a decked out code. Scepter of Eternal Glory. If you're okay with the price tag on this, should be in every monocolor deck, especially since this deck is running more basic lands, more mountains than usual because of Valakut. So this rock is really good. Yeah, this card is excellent. I'm gonna add some cards to this. I'm gonna cut some cards from this. Let's see. I think for sure that replaces Skyclave Relic. That I think is just a bad rock here. We're not likely to have that much mana to be able to kick it. And then otherwise it's just 3 mana for 1 mana. We can also just put in some other cards that are not necessarily game changers, but are pretty busted. Let's add a Ragavan. Ragavan on turn 1 is just good. You will be able to hit somebody. So that means you get a little ramp. You might get a spell that you can cast, but this is also not bad with Go-Go. Because if you see somebody that's open, this is still fine to go, great, play this, make 2 copies, get in on people. So, yeah, right. Surprise, I like Ragavan and it's a good card. Yeah, it's a good target. I also like Inti here. It's not the it's not the best attack target or copy target, but you can double up on the triggers. So like you have 2 Inties swinging. Each one of them allows you to discard a card to put a counter on something. And then you impulse draw 4 times because they trigger. You'll have 2 triggers per card. So that is a lot. Also, the card is just strong. There's usually incidentally just discard stapled to some stuff. Um, and I think if card draw is one of the struggles that this deck is having, that I'm just happy to have this in here. Because also, if we're aiming for a bracket 4 version of this deck, we want every play along the way to be impactful. So like be able to go Ragavan Inti, swing Ragavan with a counter again, is a strong curve out. Okay. Here's another. I typed in FOMO. That's not gonna find it. Fear of missing out. Again, impactful early plays. This is a great one to copy because you get if you have Delirium, you can get a bunch of copies out of it. So it's like a reasonable play before Go-Go, and can be a cheap way to get some extra combats after Go-Go has been on the field. A personal favorite that I was surprised not to see here is Cursed Mirror. It's a fun card because copying is fun, especially when you can target your opponent's stuff. But in this case, that means that anything your opponent has on the board, we could have 2 hasty copies of it. So, hello, decked out EDH. I don't know. Are you just saying here because you have arrived, or here is there something that I've missed that that is there? But yeah, Curse Mirror is just good, and it's also fine as a mana rock. Sometimes you're just like, well, I don't have a relevant play, but I'm fine to ramp myself on 3. Everybody's here. Hi, Airball. Hi, Bobby. All right. Yes. So Curse Mirror, cool. Same thing. I would play more mirrors. Mirrors are cool. We also want Mirage Mirror for the same reason. Being able to say, hey, anything that anybody has on the board, I might have 2 hasty copies of it, is a really powerful thing. Mirage Mirror also super underrated, especially the higher that you go up in the brackets. If your opponents are able to put really powerful things on the board quickly, the more powerful our copy abilities become. Okay. So those were like the first things that I came up with. Let's do a couple cuts now. We're at 107. Now I'm as a rule, since this is a thematic deck, I'm not going to cut anything that was listed on as like a character or a reference. So I'm gonna try and remember not to cut any of these cards because we got to keep the heart of the deck. That's the important part. I think I want to keep pretty much every creature. Most of them are references. Is Dracuseth a reference? Because that to me is no, that's Goliad. All right, yeah, we're keeping all the creatures. Waltz of Rage. So we're dealing damage equal to its power to each other creature, and we aren't running that many creatures, and then we get a couple impulse draws out of it. but I don't think that this does the job at bracket 4. So I'm going to cut that. Same for Seize the Opportunity. This is not just doesn't cut it in bracket 4. We're already playing stuff like Reckless Impulse and Ren's Resolve. I don't even think like that's pushing it. I was saying before, Manifold Key, I don't really see aside from like now we've got Throne of Eldraine and the Scepter that we've added. It's questionable. It's on my list to cut. I'm definitely pulling the sword here. It just I don't know. I'm not about it. It doesn't do enough for what you're for what you're investing. Okay. I think I'm also dropping Glittering Stockpile here. We're pretty much replacing it with Cursed Mirror. It's just too slow. It's a really good casual card, or if you have a way to increase the counters or use it multiple times, like consistently. But I think I'm okay to cut that. Same with Furious Rise. I don't think this card is good. And we're in mono red. There just is a better version of this. You can run Count on Luck. Because it's triple red, but we can always pay that. And it exiles a card at your upkeep no matter what. I don't think we're playing either of these, though. All right, let's... I think I would cut Koth here. You know, we live in a capitalist society. We should always be looking to cut costs. That's the stream for today, everybody. We'll see you next time. Yeah, this is just it's too expensive. You're playing it on you're playing for 4 mana and like maybe you remove one thing or maybe you grab a mountain. It's again great card for lower brackets, but I think that I would cut that here. All right, one more cut. Yeah, because every single one of these creatures is a character. Yes, okay. I would also cut this Act on Impulse. Because paying 3 mana means we're probably not playing those cards this turn. That feels bad. At least with Ren's Resolve or Reckless Impulse, like you have 1 more mana to work with, but I think this is it's just going to be too slow. All right, so we're back to 100. I would be looking for some more impact here. Because we have our fun characters, but I want some things that like give us a huge advantage by getting the copy. And no, we don't have Joe today because the way that these deck tech Wednesdays are gonna go is one or both of us will be here. That way, the other one can take a break if they want. That sometimes you get a little variety because we also build differently. Would Full Throttle make sense here? I think it would make sense here in a bracket 3 or lower deck, but I think you'll struggle to resolve your 6 mana spell and have the things left on the board to swing with them. Like somebody, like I think your play gets blown out. Here's something I think we should be looking at. Let's look at Myriad, because you can play it. We know it gets hasted by Gogo, and Gogo becomes a copy. Now, Gogo is still legendary and still has the name Gogo. So when it makes myriad copies of itself, those will die. But are there any myriad creatures that we get value out of by doing that? Goldlust Triad is a little expensive, but I don't think somebody kills this card. Giving it haste means that you are dealing 6 to somebody and 4 to 2 other players and making 3 treasures. The flutist is enticing. I think you could reasonably play this, but it is a big investment again for something that I think gets blown out in higher brackets, because they can just destroy the creature that you target. Like, this is a lot of mana for a play that's totally on the table, as opposed to something like Cursed Mirror, which is half the cost and gets you a similar type of play. Yeah, I think out of these, the ones that I would be interested in, I think the only one would be the Goldlust Triad. You're paying 5 mana. It's not so powerful as to get stopped, but it's then repaying you 3 treasures for its copy plus 1 more for Gogo, so it almost entirely pays for itself. And then what was the other? Creatures with attack triggers. We're gonna switch over to Scryfall here. Our commander is mono red. We are looking for the phrase blank attacks on a creature. Oh. All right. Oh. I put a Z in there. That's not how you spell that. And then we'll sort this by EDH rec rank. Now, just because it's popular does not mean that it's good, but it does help to put the more useful cards towards the top. We talked about this before. I wonder if this is also one that I think might be, it's on the line for me. Ilharg. Ilharg, because you have to judge, like, how scary can you be without drawing somebody's removal? Because this still has the elements of surprise, where what you've put on the board is just a 6/6 trampler. It turns into an 8/6 trampler. That's a good chunk of damage, but people don't know what the follow-up is. So you might be able to get away with this. I love this card. This is... oh, you can't see where my mouse is. Giggling Skitter Spike is also a good choice, but because you play it, you go, you swing both, you hit the table for 6 plus the swings. That is kind of enticing to me. I do really like that. Oh, we were talking about impactful early plays. I think Generous Plunderer is very good here. Like Gogo gets around the legend rule. Oh yeah. For itself, I think you definitely run the Generous Plunderer here. I think this card is super underrated. People should be playing this much more because for only 2 mana, you ramp yourself, and yes, you do ramp an opponent, but you can just choose the opponent that you're least worried about having 1 more mana. And since everybody's got a billion mana rocks, this thing hits like a truck. So especially being able to like it's good on turn 2 and it's good as a go-go copy. Huh. Okay. I feel pretty solid with that. Um yeah. All right, so let's leave that for now because I think we have this is a reasonable base. Crime Magda. Let's take a look. Horde Master, right? Okay, so early play, I'm already with you on that. When you commit a crime, make a tapped treasure, and then you can sack treasures for dragons. Hmm. What crimes are we committing consistently though? Because if we have those cards, then I'm on board. Oh, Bobby, what's the syntax for searching by EDH rec popularity? I all you do is just go up to the top where it says sorted by, and choose the EDH rec rank. Gogo commits crimes. Gogo does not commit crimes, right? Beginning combat on your turn, you may have Gogo become a copy of another target creature you control until end of turn, except it is Gogo, and it and that creature get +2/+0 in haste. Yeah, because this only targets your own stuff, so no crime. I don't think we quite have enough crime here. What was Agitator Ant one of the thematic cards? Yes, it is Echoing Worm. Okay. All right, so I think we were at 20 creatures before, now up to 26 creatures. I'm a little happier with this. Um I would like this to have a few more, but I think we can get away with 26. All right. I think the last two things I want to do here are address what the assumption that this deck struggles with card draw, and another way to bump to bracket 4. So I think we make these last two cuts. I'm gonna cut Wild Ricochet. It is too expensive. And we have some of these effects. Huh. And I think 38 lands is actually too much for this. We're in a monocolor, and our curve is not terribly high. We do have this one outlier here, but generally things are a little cheaper. So I'm gonna drop a land out of this. What's the Karn's Bastion for? Because like we have like a little bit of counter synergy. We had this. We cut the glittering stockpile. There's some mild counter synergy in here, but I don't know. I kind of would rather have the red mana. All right. So I'm pretty happy with that adjustment. One thing that I don't think I'm gonna do here, but I will talk about it is bracket 4 does mean any number of game changers. If you really want this thing to punch at a bracket 4 level, I would put a bunch of fast mana in it because you have a what this deck can do is give you a significant advantage with the thing that you're doing with the commander. So if you get that advantage sooner, it is an exponential like advantage to you. And we're trying to do it with some goofier cards because of the heart of the deck. So I do think this can play at a bracket 4 level, but for it to have like consistent winning potential, I would jam the like Manival and Chromox and maybe some rituals because like a seething song allowing you to drop like go a turn early or 2 turns early, I think is pretty big. Card draw though. How do we get this deck to draw more cards? Because I'd like to not have to run those impulse draw cards. I'm okay with the light up the stage, which we don't have. Yeah, I would definitely run light up the stage over some of these other ones. Is there... Because we get a little impulse off of Lelia. Final Fantasy has new Ren's Resolve? Does it exile 2? There's this, which... Opera Love Song. Right. Oh, and this card is good. But okay, the difference here being that you can't cast it on your own turn and have the cards last until the next turn, which I believe, yeah. But that's not bad because I think with these impulse draw cards, you want to be able to play them on your turn. I think it's rare that that it's rarely a good move to go cast Ren's Resolve, pass, because face-up information for your opponents is a little rough. That's why I prefer the cheaper costed ones so that you can cast one of those cards afterward. This, however, it's... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. For a second, I was like, is there anything fun with the saga creatures that might work here? But you don't get the ETB with Go-Go, so that's not super helpful. Yeah. Well, let's do one of these before we move on to our next one. So we've got a sample hand here in the playtester. We only have one land, so I think I would throw this back. Again, only one land. All right, I don't think that's a good representation of this deck. We have 37 lands here. All right. Mountain Inti. Light up the stage. Yeah, this seems like a good one. All right, so we draw a card. Turn 1, Mountain, pass. Turn 2, Mountain Inti. Turn 3, Arena of Glory. We swing Inti. Somebody is hittable at this point. Swing Inti, pitch tempt, add a counter here. Impulse draw 1 for discarding. Nice. And then we drop Professional Facebreaker on turn 3. Draw into turn 4. Go. Facebreaker is copied. We swing with everything. That gives us an Inti. So we are discarding, I think, Return the Favor here because we have the Deflecting Swat in hand. We have Dreadhorde Arcanist as our impulse draw. So if we hit with both of these, if we hit with all 3, then we get 6 treasures from Professional Facebreaker and the copy of Facebreaker. And I think that's reasonable that on turn 4 we can get some of these attacks through, especially since Inti can give trample to whatever we're looking at. So now we've spent our mana for the turn, but we have 6 treasures. So we can drop the Arcanist for 2 of them. We can light up the stage for 1. So we have 3 left. Ooh, boo. I would say sack a treasure for 1 more. So we have 2 mana floating. Boo! That's unlucky. But yeah, that looks like a solid curve out. I'm pretty happy with that. All right. So that's our first one for the day. This Adventure Time Magic Man themed go-go deck, super flavorful, and I think with these adjustments and making some swaps for fast mana, the deck can hang in bracket 4. Is it going to struggle some? Sure. You're leaning into these not quite synergistic and more fun and flavorful cards, but with an extra copy of Blood Moon here, you probably can buy yourself enough time to set up the cool thing you want to do. All right. On to our next one. This is everybody's deck build right now. Vivi. Vivi, as submitted by Saltboy and or Wesley. So we're trying to build this as a more casual build, because a lot of people have been pumped about this for CEDH. It is a very good CEDH commander. It's a very good high power commander. We are aiming for a 3 with this deck that they've submitted. Also, just a reminder, everybody, if you want to get your deck teched, there are still a few open slots for today. Just head down to this, and it should have all the details. But yeah, that's the new thing that we can do. Isn't that cool? Yeah. So we're gonna talk about this because I think this is the most important point of this commander. That's not what I want. Is Vivi does go kind of nuts with everything. So for those of you who don't know, Vivi, 3 mana, 0/3, can add mana in any combination of blue and red equal to its power once per turn on your turn. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Gets a counter, deals the damage to each opponent. That is so much. So much. So what sets this commander apart from a lot of like comparable creatures is it doesn't have to tap to use its ability, so it can use it right away. However, only during your turn. That's fine. It cares about non-creature spells, so it includes things other than instants and sorceries. That is big. And it becomes a threat itself. Like, not only is it pinging your opponents, but it also gets really big, so you can just hit people with VV as well. All right, so again, trying to build or trying to keep this a bracket 3 version, keep more casual, avoiding infinites. All right. Only 13 creatures. Prodigy copies the VV trigger. That's nice. Gale allows us to essentially cast twice as many instants and sorceries, since it's if you cast an instant, you can play a sorcery from your graveyard. If you cast sorcery, you can play an instant from your graveyard. This also breaks timing restrictions, which is fun. I like this card. Gearson is adding 2 to every VV trigger. Of course, we just you got to have the gutter snipe in there, right? Stella is an interesting inclusion here, especially if we're trying to keep this a little bit more casual. So your second spell gives you an impulse draw, and you can tap to copy one of your spells if you've cast 3 or more spells this turn. Spoilers, we are going to see a lot of cantrips and things, so it's not difficult to turn that second ability on. All right. Tandem Lookout. So you can pair this with Vivi and give it the ability, when it deals damage to an opponent, draw a card. Does not specify combat damage. So now, every time that you cast a non-creature spell, you hit everybody for 1, and you draw 3 cards. This is one of the most powerful things that this card can, that the VV deck can do, and we do have more copies of this effect. If we skip down to the enchantments, Curiosity does the same thing for a single mana, and there is a third version of this card that is not in this deck called Ophidian Eye. It is really good. It is really good. In fact, my recommendation, you can take it or leave it, but I don't think that this combo goes in anything that is less than a bracket 4. It just is that strong. If every spell said also draw, every spell is also an Ancestral Recall. And so I think if you're trying to keep this as a bracket 3 deck, it's already not one. You should drop this combo completely out of the deck. Or make it bracket 4, because the combo is really cool. So if we are... if we're doing my version of a bracket 3 deck for this, I'm immediately moving this to the sideboard, and we'll find a replacement for it. Veyran also copies our VV triggers. This is cute. Allows us to cycle whenever we cast an instant sorcery or even wizard, so VV triggers it. Emeritus seems ideal for a bracket 3 VV deck. That is some fair card draw for your Spellslinger deck. Same Niv Mizzet, like, card's very strong, but it does require 6 mana. It makes you a massive target right away. Cost reduction, again, also the Emeritus effect. Tauren allows us to actually build a board up. And O'Hare Ashenil says, cool, that VV trigger you had is now 4 damage per spell. All right, we have, between sorceries and instants, 35 cards. So more than a third of the deck is just instants and sorceries. Git Probe is... Uh, this is just a personal preference, but I don't typically play uh, free spells like this below bracket 4. But I think that's just a personal preference. I think you would keep this here. Uh, we have a bunch of cantrips: ponder, preordering, serum visions, consider, brainstorm, thought scour, quicken. Great. All of those trigger Vivi. Iteration, Jessica's Will, Windfall. Mizzix's Mastery reads pretty much win the game if this overload resolves. Step Through. So this card is almost always used for the cycling part. So you can search for a wizard. What wizard are we searching for here? Prodigy is very good. It also gets, it can get Gale, Emeritus, or Archmage, or Niv Mizzet. Actually gets most of our creatures. Just doesn't find Stella, O'Hare Asheneel, Gearson Starn, or Gutter Snipe. Let's see. Some interaction. I love a good slip out the back. Is It Charm is a bad card. I think they did this charm dirty. I think it's much more playable in like 1v1, but I don't think it's a good card. Buy a deck tech for narrow down a deck idea. A squall that has 160. Yeah, that's totally what we're here for. Just head to Ko-fi and we can add that to our list for today. And I think you'll be the first person to have used the Ko-fi redemption on stream. So we're gonna we'll get to see. There might be like an alert for it. But let me know once you have done so if you decide to do so. I love Flame of Anor here. You just like get full value for this with a wizard in the command zone, and that is a lot of stuff. Like draw 2 cards plus remove something is really strong, or remove 2 things: problematic artifact and creature. Wizard's Retort is cute, but I don't know. Do I think this is enough protection to keep Vivi alive? No. No, I don't. Thank you for bringing that topic up, because that is one that's on my list. Let's take a look. So I'm just going to finish out the cards, but we don't have many. We have 6 more to look at. Boots is fine. I don't really know what we're running this here for. Like, it does allow you to fly Vivi over to hit people in the face. So it's like a slightly better like Swiftfoot Boots, or not even Swiftfoot Boots. Like I can see it. I can see it. Midnight Clock here because we are playing a blue deck. And Fire Inscription for a little extra damage. All right. Yeah, let's look at how many things we have in the deck that keep Vivi alive. So we'll count counterspells. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not counting this because it's not a good counterspell. For 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think we have anything else here that is helping us keep Vivi alive. Yeah. If you want to have fun with your Vivi deck, you have to put things in so that Vivi does not die, because everybody knows that this card is a problem. So I'm gonna remove this curiosity. again, to keep this in what I believe is a good bracket 3. I think we are also, yeah, we've only got 3 game changers: Psych Rift, SWAT, and Jessica's Will. Yeah, and the beauty of it is the spells that you play to protect Vivi also trigger Vivi. Like, you could just run more counter spells. But I'm gonna use we're gonna do one of Moxfield's fun features here, because I have also recently built a VV deck in what I believe is bracket 3. Some light spoilers, but not really spoilers, because you know that Nerd Girl exists. We recorded a game where she plays this, and so I built one in a way that I thought was very fair and in her style. So you get a little bit of a spoiler today. So I took my build of it, and Saltboy's build of it, and I used the comparison tool in Moxfield to see where our decks differed. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna scroll down to the list of cards that I have in the deck that they don't, and we're just gonna point out a couple of things. As far as protecting Vivi, I even have stuff like Shore Up to give hexproof, because it's 1 mana. It's very easy to keep up, and it does the job. You will be drawing enough cards from your other spells that having something this specific is okay. Let's see what else. Oh, Clout of the Dominus is really stupid good for VV for the low cost of 1 single mana. You get Shroud, you get Haste, you get +2/+2, and you get a counter on VV because it's a non-creature spell. I almost didn't include this in the deck because I was like, if the game starts with VV Cloud of the Dominus go, I don't know that we can take that down in time. So this is one of my top includes for VV. All right. So if you also look at the kind of cards that are here, you can see that I took a little bit different of a direction with the deck as a whole. Because everybody's trying to VV combo, everybody's trying to VV storm, and this one was like, what if VV what if you just grinded your opponents out? VV is a really good card that people are going to spend all of their resources to remove. And you're like, cool, I'll fight a stack battle with you, but I also have every single possible version of ping you down in this deck. Flamesmith. Coruscation Mage also should be almost an auto include in the deck. I think this is a much better choice than, say, Gutter Snipe, because you have the flexibility to pay 2 mana for the 1 copy, or 4 mana for another copy. It is a wizard instead of a shaman, which is slightly more relevant since you can search for it with your wizard cycling. And it's and it works in a pinch for Flame of Anor. But yeah, this has every other possible version of that effect: electrostatic field, uh, fire spitter whelp, etc., 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 etc. One thing that I did not see much of here is, ooh, look at that! Look, ta-da! That's so cool. That's the first time I've seen that. And you can see also in the chat that we are 45% of the way to our goal. I believe this is our current goal is to upgrade our working PC so that we can do all the fancy stuff and do more work. But thanks, Rouser Princess. All right, so then we will add that to our list for today. That we'll do one more. We'll do another thing. And we will cut down your 160 card list and give it some direction. All right. And don't forget, everybody, if you didn't know, if you didn't understand what's happened there, we have, if you want your deck tech to happen right now today, then you just go to this right here, and you can be now the second person to have ever done this. You can just put your deck list in the share deck list on the Decked Out Discord. And I will find it there. Okay. Yeah, back to here. So also I think that if you're not even taking this direction of, okay, running all of these types of effects and trying to burn my opponent out, what is your backup plan? Because some games people are just going to succeed in removing VV. You at some point, your one deck of interaction will not have more than 3 other opponents' decks worth of interaction. That is why I included some bigger, punchier stuff like Rite of the Dragon Caller, where it's like, cool, I'm not going to pay 9 mana for my VV commander again, but I will pay 6 to make a 5/5 every time I cast a spell. I also really like Caldera Pyramaw. Again, this is like super gutter snipe. But even the first instant or sorcery is 4 damage, and then it scales up from there, and it is a body that you hit people with. So I wanted to have backup VVs. So I think those are some of my biggest, the biggest things I noticed between our builds. Also, you all should be playing this card. If you didn't see my short on the Decked Out channel about it, I think it's super, super broken. The card is so good. Like the tiny amount of mana that you spend for this effect, and it's just, it grows your VV twice as fast. All right. So here we are. Here we are with this deck, keeping it bracket 3. Here is what I'm gonna do. I think I really loved Bria in this deck. I think that card makes it like a very strong but solidly bracket 3 thing. Because this is everything that you want. It is a secondary win condition. It is double pumps for VV because it gives VV prowess. And it allows you to consistently hit PP. Hit PP. Don't hit PP. Hit people with VV. Hit people with VV. That's what it lets you do. It lets you hit people with VV. I'm gonna take a break for a moment. um, let's. You know what? Actually, let's be honest. That's what this deck does. This, if you're playing this deck, you're trying to hit PP. Yes, decked out EDH. I believe that I did. It is it is now in our shared deck list area, and that is what we will be doing. That's added to the docket. I also want to add I think Karsus is the one that I want. Don't forget the battles are also non-creature spells. I want board wipes that deal an amount of damage. I mean, I guess you can't really get much other types of them in blue and red. But particularly 3 damage means that VV always survives this because the counter will resolve before the spell does, so it'll already be a 4 toughness. But this one I like because the backside also says cast a spell, deal damage, 2 damage to each opponent. So I really like this. Let's add the Astrologian. Planisphere. Yeah. We can also look at, so here's some of the cards that are not in my list. I don't know why Offer You Can't Refuse is not in my list. That should be there. Yeah, but this is just like kind of a different philosophy for it. But this also helps us define like what some of our cuts are. Windrider Wizard, I think, is kind of meh. It does the job. But I would definitely cut that. I think I saw it in their sideboard. Artist Talent is a great time. That card, I have been playing much more of this, and it's really good. Even if you never level it up, the fact that most spells that you play also let you dig farther into your deck is really strong. Then it gives you a reduction, which is already a thing that we like. And the reduction is different from a lot of the other cards you can play here, because most reductions will reduce your instants and sorceries. This is all non-creatures. And then level 3 also helps you to close the game out by amplifying your damage. But yeah, Geekmen battles were included. The only set that they've been in so far is March of the Machine. Yeah. Is there anything else here that I'm like, this does not feel, this feels too much for bracket 3? I think the rest of it was pretty spot on. Yeah. I would just add more ways to protect VV. Whether it's what you can pretty much jam whatever counter spells that you want into this. You know, any of the hexproof things, like even like March of Swirling Mists. The phase out is great. Phasing out is so nice, especially if somebody happens to cast like an uncounterable board wipe, or if they if they, yeah, if they're making you like get rid of it in some way that it's hard to deal with. Yeah. This is I mean, I respect trying to build this at a lower power level because most people are just trying to build it super busted. And then the big one I think is my personal opinion. If you shouldn't play the Curiosity combo with this card in anything lower than bracket 4 because of how absurdly strong it is. Cool. Yeah, here we see the Ophidian Eye down here. All right. Hopefully that helps. I'll go back over to this area one more time just so you see some more of the cards that I was using in my build that are not in the other one. Oh yeah, don't forget this card is fantastic. For Spell Slinger. It's 6 mana for deal damage to each creature that you don't control equal to the instant sorceries in your graveyard. So I would definitely be playing that. Okay. Let's move on to the next one. This one, submitted by Terrible Norwegian Gaming, is a Kai card deck. Which is Jeskai colors 3/3 flyer. Whenever you cast a 9-creature spell, you make a 1/1 spirit. This and Vivi would be best friends. And then you can sacrifice a spirit for red mana. But this deck is specifically trying to win with the Fallout bobbleheads. This is trying to win the game using Luck Bobblehead's ability to roll dice, and if you roll 6 exactly 7 times, that is a win. This is a very, very difficult win condition. Because even with your best setup, you still need to get lucky. Because it's not roll more than 7 6s, it's roll 6 exactly 7 times. So it just makes your odds of winning off of it much more difficult. Terrible Norwegian Gaming is looking for suggestions to support that win con. Keeping this as a bracket 2, but earlier today they sent something that I saw. They had their first game. They played the first game with Kaikar and won that game. And they said they had about 30 copies of the card out. So we are also going to have a little discussion on the bracket, what bracket we think this is appropriate for, since their group felt it was more of a bracket 3 than a bracket 2, and and Terrible Norwegian Gaming, it seems to be in agreement. So let's take a look. So if we're playing Kaikar here, what is our advantage as far as bobbleheads go? Because they are non-creature spells, so they make spirits, which you can then convert into mana. But I don't really see much else of it. I don't see the connection except for you get 3 colors that are probably relevant. All right, so Healy. The relevant part here is that you can turn an artifact into into a copy of another one. So this -2 gives you a temporary copy of one of your bobbleheads. Tezzeret reduces the cost to activate. which does apply. Most of the bobbleheads cost some colorless mana, cost some generic mana to activate. We have only 11 creatures. Welder is getting you your bobbleheads back out of the graveyard. Goblin Engineer is searching for a bobblehead and getting it out of the graveyard. Harmonic Prodigy is just here to copy Kaikar triggers. I'm not against it. I mean, we do have a ton of non-creature spells in this deck. And Kaikar does make creatures as well, so you do have a source of blockers. Third Path Iconoclast kind of doing the same thing. Same, yeah. All right, so look, we've got some creatures dedicated to putting tokens on the board because Brutaclad is one of the best ways to be able to get 1 billion copies of your bobbleheads. Beginning combat on your turn. You make a mirror, and then you choose a token you control and make every token you control a copy of that token. So if you have a token copy of a bobblehead, suddenly every single spirit that you've been making, every soldier, every monk, becomes a bobblehead. And at that point, it's a little easier to pull this off. So that is most likely why we're running Kaikar as our commander here, because it makes this win much more viable. Also notable here, the Curiosity Crafter draws a card whenever a creature token you control hits a player. We're making a bunch of 1/1 flyers, so that's a lot of card draw. All right, sorceries. Dance of the Manse can bring back all of your bobbleheads. Make a token copy of a bobblehead. Very important so that we can do the Brutaclad thing. We have some other supplementary spells to either bring back bobbleheads or make token copies of them. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Instance. We have a full Jeskai package of interaction. I mean, it's really just counterspell, removal, counterspell, removal. Demand Answers is nice because we have a lot of stuff to go through. Although I wonder if there's like a better one of these that we could be running, because I don't think we have a ton of like disposable artifacts or cards to discard, right? I mean, I guess these are artifact tokens. I owns you. What's going on? I guess you can make a token with Saheeli. I'm not convinced that there are enough artifacts or discards that this is what I want here, but it's just a fine and functional card. Yeah, I mean, this is all pretty straightforward. Clever Concealment is clever because we do have Source of Tokens, so that will often be a free spell since it convokes. Hi, Christmas. Artifacts, which also trigger Kaikar. So we have every bobblehead available. The rest of this is just ramp. Sculpting Steel, copy a bobblehead. Shurukai is a card. Mystic Remora, Mirror Maid, copies. Annoying Procession, more doubles your tokens. Draw some cards. Divine Visitation, Typhoon, and Whirlwind of Thought. Okay. All right. So we've got a look at the deck. But how do we make this win? How do we lean into this win more than it already has? our biggest ways to pull this off, because the number of copies that you need is really high to have a decent chance at this. I think what Goldfish has done the math on it, or somebody did the math on it, and it's obscene. So I think the only way that you're winning with this deck is the Brutaclad method, or the game has gone really long and you have a bunch of other copies. I think was there one other thing here that allowed you to turn everything into a copy? Here it is. Yes, Saheeli's Artistry. There we go. Right? No. Maybe there wasn't. Oh, okay. This is it. I knew there was one other thing that allowed you to turn everything into it. Masterful Replication, choose target artifact you control. Each other artifact you control becomes a copy of that. I don't think you can realistically win without Replication or Brutaclad. I really like this deck. This is a lot of fun, and an honest way to be able to pull off the bobblehead win. So, what would I recommend? Let's start with some basics. How about untaps? Because you can make a bunch of copies of these, but you only get one shot when you activate your Perception Bobblehead. Might as well untap it and try again. Or not Perception, Luck Bobblehead. Yeah, just like there's a Pheto Alchemist, which is a 2-mana creature. Boom, 2 mana, untap an artifact or a creature. This I think goes great here because it also is extra activations of Goblin Engineer or Goblin Welder. You have a lot of mana rocks, so it is also just basic ramp. I would look for other untappers. We saw Manifold Key in the previous deck with Go-Go. If you think that you're making enough mana for it, you can also add Filigree Sages, which this is probably the most honest use of this card ever. 3 mana to untap an artifact. Usually this is just used to go infinite, but here we're just using it to try and bobble our heads a little bit more. Okay, but yeah, untaps I think would be great. Plenty of ways to do that. What about Orvar? Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, if it targets one or more other permanents you control, make a token that's a copy of one of those that's a copy of one of those permanents. This is what this deck is all about. Because let's see, how many things do we have that target? 1, 2, 3. Oh, this is a creature. 4. Yeah, wait. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I would want to tune this a little bit more to get more options for Orvar. But that seems like a good choice for what this deck is trying to do. And it's just solid if your deck is able to consistently target stuff. We talked about Go-Go today, but not. I'm not looking for this one. I'm looking for this one. For every 2 mana that you spend, you can copy an activated or triggered ability you control. So like you just do it all in one swoop. You go, great. activate Luck Bobblehead for 1 mana. Copy that activation like 10 times, or however much mana you got. Probably like 5 times. But brand new Final Fantasy card that is a good way to get a bunch of rerolls. I just ordered a bunch of these from one of our sponsors. Another hidden gem that I think nobody's playing but should be, Sunken Palace. You can pay 2, tap it, and exile 7 cards from your graveyard to add a blue, and whatever you spend the blue on, whether it's an activated ability or a spell, you copy it. So this can either be a way to make a copy of a bobblehead, and it resolves the token. Great, that's the setup we want. Or you can just use it to copy the activation of Luck Bobblehead. For all you blue players out here, you should be playing more of this card. It is, over the course of the game, you will get 7 cards in your graveyard. Okay. Now, those are some pretty normal suggestions. It's like, okay, great, find some ways to untap and reactivate Luck Bobblehead. Find some ways to copy more ways to copy the bobbleheads or copy the activation. Here are my weird options for this deck. How about a Vexing Puzzle Box? When you roll 1 or more dice, put a number of charge counters on Vexing Puzzle Box equal to the result. If we are trying to just roll an absurd number of dice every time, we might as well get a bunch of extra value out of it, even if we're not winning. Because you can then remove 100 charge counters from this to search for an artifact and put it on the battlefield. So, like, worst case, it just finds another bobblehead. You might want to, if you run this card, put in like 1 nice big hit for it. But I think removing 100 charge counters is not unreasonable. Let's say with your bobblehead, even if you're rolling like 4 d6s, your average is 3.5, or 3. You will build this up. You'll get to do the thing. It'll take a little time, but I think this card is cool and fits in this deck. And I saw Stabulous in the chat. Maybe a way to cheat on the dice rolls. Oh, I got you, because people know of some ways to cheat on dice rolls. Let's say, I think what Barbarian class is like one of them. But this is, I just want to give an example, and then I'll show you what weirdness I've got for you. So this is, if you would roll 1 or more dice, instead roll that many +1 and go with the lowest roll. The issue here is this does not actually help that much. Because normally, when you roll dice, this is fine because you're just trying to get a high number. That is usually the goal of any die roll in the game. But with the Luck Bobblehead, we're trying to get an exact result. We're trying to get exactly like 7 6s. So while this does help some, it can also be a problem. Here is what I've got. This card is called Vidalcan Squirrel Whacker. This is a legal Magic card. As it enters the battlefield, roll a 6-sided die twice. Its base power becomes the first, and its base toughness becomes the second. If you would roll 1 or more 6-sided dice, instead roll them, and then you can exchange a result with its base power or base toughness. So Vidalcan Squirrel Whacker can set you up much better for this win, because not only does it help you to set up the, like, okay, great, it's got, you roll a 6 for one of these, you can trade in a 6 to get your 7 sixes to win. But also, if you roll your luck bobblehead and fail, take one of the 6s and store it on your Vidalcan Squirrel Whacker to use later for another roll. If you all see how that works. So that's your card of the day. That is a legal magic card. Yeah, this is a real card. All right. So I think those are my biggest suggestions for this deck. But we also want to have a discussion about bracket. So according to the bracket info, this is bracket 2. There are no game changers, and there are only a few tutors. And in fact, one of them that's listed here, Puzzle Box, I added. It's also a really bad tutor. But Norwegian's play group felt that this was more of a 3, and they felt like it also a little bit more of a 3. Here's the number one indicator on where your deck is. Do you think it's this particular bracket? It's probably that one, because bracket is some light constraints and a vibe. If you're like, this defines it as a 2, but I really feel like it plays like a 4, then it's a 4. So the quick and easy answer to this is yes, this is a 3 because your group thought it was a 3, because you thought it was a 3. It is then a 3. But if we dig into it a little bit more, we're leaning into a very absurd win condition that, by my vibes, starts it at a 2. This deck does not have many other ways to win the game that are not do that thing, and it sounds like they are really trying to do it even with their gameplay style. Sure, you could win the game with, like, make a bunch of flyers, and those flyers, I think there's a Divine Visitation in here, are big, and you hit people with them. That could work. That's a realistic win condition, but there's not much else. You could, again, Brutaclad everything into a larger token and hit people. But those are, I wouldn't say are like your primary win conditions. They're also not consistent win conditions. This is really trying to do a silly thing and leaning in. That is textbook bracket 2. What are the best things that this can do, even if it's not win the game, that are not bobblehead related? We don't have any, like, combos or strong synergies. Like, everything is tuned towards this one win condition. I think the only ones that I could spot that are is really, like, Divine Visitation this is generically powerful token card. That is win condition. Shark Typhoon is also okay in this context. So I think this is also not doing, like, it's not setting up powerful things. Because some decks that are like, oh, I'm doing the silly thing, I'm doing this weird alt win condition, but it's like, oh, but I've built a broken engine to set it up. It doesn't matter what my win condition was. I made infinite mana. I can win with whatever win condition I want. This is also not doing that. So, to me, this is a bracket 2. I don't think this is a bracket 3 deck. I think it is just a well-tuned deck that is leaning into a ridiculous win condition. I think it doesn't win a game without doing that. Like on the rare occasion that it's like, oh, I made a bunch of tokens that happen to be angels because of divine visitation and I got enough damage, it's going to struggle to win without bobbleheads. It also, it may be a misconception here because the message that Norwegian sent said, you know, I won the first game with it and I had 30 copies of this card on board. And maybe if that's a factor in deciding whether what bracket a deck is, reconsider. Don't define your deck by the most ridiculous thing that it can do, because cards are powerful these days. It is hard not to end up with a combo in your deck with, you know, like a handful of cards. Your bracket is much less determined by what is the strongest thing that your deck can do, but more defined on how consistently can you do, how consistently can you pull off a powerful thing, and how quickly. I don't think this does any of that. I even though it can do a very, very ridiculous thing, it needs significant setup for it. So I myself would put this for sure in bracket 2. I don't think that overrides a play group going, hey, I think this plays around what we understand as bracket 3. That is your best indicator. But if I, in a bubblehead, had to assign a bracket to this deck, I would absolutely put it at a 2. Okay, I think that's everything I've got for this one. So we have 2 more decks. We have our next one, submitted by Jesus, is a Zilortha Strength Incarnate deck, or Godzilla. This is 5 mana for a 7/3 with trample, but it changes the rules, and I always love those cards. Lethal damage dealt to creatures you control is determined by their power rather than their toughness. So this is reverse Arcades, kind of. So if they punch good, then they can take more damage. You are less concerned about the toughness, since with this out, they can just tank it. I front butt. Nope. So Jesus' submission here said that they're currently making decks inspired by the Decked Out crew, which is cool. This is the Joe Cherry's deck. And I think it's funny that we got this on a veggie day, because now we can talk about like play styles and my interpretation of the Joe Cherry's deck, and then maybe they'll take a look at it afterward as well. But Jesus said terrible at Gruul, so this is their best attempt, and they plan to make this in paper. So Joe Cherry's inspired. Let's take a look. I will say, one of the big things that I do know about Joe and the way that they build decks is they actually take it a step farther in the theme than I will. I will usually sacrifice some theme for like, oh, I just like this card interaction, or I want these cards so that like I can protect what I'm trying to do. They're like, hey, if this doesn't fit the theme, I'm against it. So I think with the very first card on this list, Birds of Paradise, I think they would say cut this card. I think they would say cut this card because it has a bigger butt. It's a 0/1. This is the opposite. They maybe be a little bit more forgiving for Fanatic of Ronus because even though this has a bigger butt, it cares about big fronts. And I know that they like this card. Let's see. Arnie is very cool. There's not a lot of decks that this card can go into, but you can change Arnie's base power to 1 plus the biggest that you got on the board. Let's see. I really loved this include. Force of Savagery is a meme of a card. So you know you've already got me there. So it's an 8/0. 8/0. It just dies unless you have some way for it to already be boosted by the time it hits the battlefield, like Grumgully. There are a couple of these effects in the deck that have things enter with counters, so that saves your Force of Savagery, which then becomes a 3-mana 9/9 because of the Zolortha effect. Jolene also, I think, ideal here. Big front, cares about big front. Also, the sacrifice makes it easier to ping down like chump blockers. Sardian Avenger, I think, is also a card that's like this. They've been trying to print good counterplay for decks that are running a bunch of artifacts that isn't just like Vandal Blast. This was one that like a lot of people were excited about for half a second and then nobody played it. So when it attacks, it gets +X+0, where X the number of artifacts your opponents control, and that is total. And when artifacts put into a graveyard, deals damage to that player. But yes, also in the chat, would Force of Savagery still die with Zolortha out? Yes, it would, because this only affects lethal damage. It does not actually change the number. So this is just dying from having 0 toughness. It doesn't. Yeah, it's not concerned about the damage. This is solid, but I think this is a good card anyway. But this card has First Strike, so it's likely not. The Zolortha ability is not really protecting it from much of anything that it wouldn't have died to anyway. This, however, this is what we're talking about. Ansrog in this deck is a 4-mana 8/8, which is relevant because a lot of the time, Ansrog, without any extra help, is like, okay, I can swing this like once at the person that can't deal 4 damage in their blocks, but then I have to really consider where else I send it because it will die. But giving it an extra 4 toughness is huge. I love this find too. Like, I don't even know that it's like terribly good here. Like, you do get a 5/5 hexproof for 4, but it always makes me happy seeing a card that I have not seen before or have not thought about for a million years. Beautiful. Pup. This is an 8/8 because of our commander's ability. So it's not really an 8/8, but it can take 8 damage. Yeah, same for Hunted Troll. I love this cycle of cards. All of the hunted creatures, I think, are really fun for Commander, and this works out perfectly for the deck. I haven't thought about giant solifuge for a million years. So this, I think a lot of these choices also would make Joe very happy to see this deck. Um, let's see. Yeah, Thunderblast. Like I'm really impressed with how with the finds for this deck. Yeah, the Cactuar is also very funny. All right. Let's see. We've got our basic ramp. It's not a Joe Cherry's green deck without Nature's Lore and 3 visits. Chandra's Ignition, also a Joe Cherry's favorite. So good, definite points there. And then we have a bunch of stuff that cares about our large creatures. And Season of Gathering is a card that I got them onto recently. Automatically, I would add the new one of these, which is Life Streams something Blessing. Life Streams Blessing. Is already in the deck. Never mind. Instance. All right, we have some pretty basic removal. Here's one. Joe does not like these effects. Does not like Heroic Intervention. I don't know why, because this seems like exactly the kind of thing that the decks that they play want. They're like, I would like to put a lot of big threats on the table. They're just gonna be here. I'd like to tap out for them. I'm like, I don't know why you don't like these, but I think this is one that they would cut, and I'm not sure what the replacement would be. I think they prefer to just be okay with rebuilding afterward. Yeah, also, okay, so if you all aren't playing this card too, I know you've had like 0.0 seconds to find copies of it since it's in the Final Fantasy Precon. The card is really good. It is by far the best version of this effect now, because it's at instant speed, but it cares about the power of the creature when you cast the spell, so your opponent cannot remove your big old creature with this on the stack to stop your card draw. And the foretell is super significant. Even with just your commander here, this turns into draw 7, gain 14. And you're only paying 1 more mana over 2 turns broken up than the spell would have cost originally. The card is really good. Display of Power. What is this for? So this is copy any number of instant and or sorcery spells, but we've only got 14 of them in the whole deck. What here do we want to copy? Because like this does copy opponent stuff. So it might be there as like a way to interact on the stack. Because this also like is a pseudo counter spell. If somebody tries to counterspell you, you can counterspell them back. And then artifacts. This Herd Heirloom should be played much more. This card is also very good. Bow of Nihilea. I guess giving everything Death Touch is super significant as far as trample goes. Our commander has trample. What else do we have that inherently has trample? Because the Avenger, Force of Savagery, Sirac, Solifuge, this gives trample. Yeah, okay, all right, I'm on board with it. I just wanted to make sure we had enough for the Death Touch Trample combo to matter. Again, for those of you who don't know the interaction, if your creature has Death Touch and Trample, all you have to do is assign 1 point of damage to the blocker, and you can trample the rest through. Thunderous Velocipede. It's a 5/5 trampler vehicle. Each other vehicle and creature you enters with an additional +1 counter if its mana value is 4 or less, or 3 if it's bigger. That's cool. Enchantments. Shadow in the Warp is great. Draw some cards, get some free spells. Put counters and draw some cards. Make everything big and super lethal. And 34 lands. Okay. So, I'm going to make some easy Joe Cherry suggestions. They are incredibly high on the MDFCs. Higher than I am even on MDFCs. So every MDFC that you can reasonably play in this deck should be in it if you're making a Joe inspired deck. So Sundering Eruption and Bridger's Battle for sure. We've got things that are very large, so Fight should be good. Sundering Eruption should be very good. Oh, look. Everybody, screenshot the chat. Screenshot the chat. I need that. I look at that validation. Thanks, Nerd Girl. You have more lands than usual? Yeah, I mean, because you got to cast these big spells. But this seems like the perfect intersection of Jesus and Joe Cherries, because you get to have spells that are lands in a pinch. I think, yeah, you definitely play these. You play Stump Stomp, which is also removal. And then you play Turn Timber, Symbiosis. You play Sundering Eruption, or Skull Shatter. Shatter Skull. Yeah, definitely every MDFC that comes in untapped. I wouldn't run Pinnacle Monk in this, but they probably do. I don't think it matches the theme, but I think they're so high up on MDFCs that they would do it. Okay. I know you aren't, but if you I think this would be one of the top things I would do for building a Joe Cherry style deck, is every MDFC that I can run. Here's some other stuff for it. If we care about our power, then doubling power is super useful, because doubling power is essentially doubling power and toughness. So Skullspore Nexus, definitely a Joe Cherry's card. Gives you some board wipe insurance as well if you are like, don't cut this card, but Joe probably would. Skullspore Nexus is going to usually cost you only 2 mana, and then when your stuff dies, you get a dinosaur fungus equal to the total power of those of the creatures, which is going to be through the roof. And then you can pay 2 mana and double a target creature's power until end of turn. And with Zolortha's ability, that's doubling power and toughness. Like that, I think this is an ideal Skullspore Nexus home. This one came up, I think, in our last stream for a different deck, but Death Kiss seems very good here. Whenever a creature an opponent controls attacks on your opponent's, double its power until end of turn. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of something else. Not you. What was that note from? Here's a suggestion that I think is very silly. Where did it go? You probably don't play this, but in a Power Matters deck, it's hard for me not to suggest one of the most ridiculous Power Matters cards. In Is it overkill? Yeah, but sometimes overkill is fun. Is there a Zapandrel? You could definitely play Zapandrel in this. I think any of those cards that double, Zapandrel I think is for sure a Joe Cherry's card. Yeah, it does double power and toughness, but I guess we're okay with doubling toughness too. I thought this was a lot of fun. Where are you? How much? There we go. Neath of the Dire Hunt. When one or more creatures you control fight or become blocked, draw a card, and at beginning of combat, pay 3, double a creature's power, and it must be blocked this combat. That seems like exactly what you want. Plus, we already have some fight spells in the deck. Like, I think I would be happy to run this just for the second ability, but then you get some extra bonus of getting a card draw for a fight or for a block. Ronus. I think it's this Ronus that I want. Got it, Sonal Ronus. Yes, when it enters, double the power of each other creature you control, and they gain vigilance. The vigilance, I think, super important here to be able to take big swings and not worry about crackback. All right. So there's some suggestions for Joe inclusions and cards that I think are just good in the deck. Here's a little veggie on it. You really want this commander to be out for this deck to work. And all the opponent has to do is block and then remove it before damage to blow out a lot of your creatures. If I was building this, I would put a lot more ways to protect my commander in this. Because that's such a feels bad to go, I have such a big attack that I got, and I'm gonna send my whole crew, and they're like, cool, blow up your commander before combat, all your stuff. Like all your stuff dies in combat. So if it were me, I would put a lot of redirects. I would run another one of these, the budget version, Wrap in Vigor, which is regenerate each creature you control. Yeah, I think, like, I feel like I talk about this card all the time, but seems ideal for an untimely malfunction. You can redirect removal, and also making 2 creatures not block probably kills people. Yeah, I would want redirects for sure. And maybe even like Tamiyo's intervention or other things that give like hexproof and indestructible. Yeah. Otherwise, I think you were really accurate with this Joe Cherry's inspired deck. You have a lot of big nasties. If anything, I'd maybe toss in a couple more. Because your count of 6+ cost is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We added this one. They do like their big stompy creatures. Toss some MDFCs in there if you can stomach it. Yeah, this looks great. Okay. And now, for our very first, let me see. This is Rob the Princess's Squall deck. I'm going to duplicate this so I can edit it. Let's do a grid. And I like to sort by mana value. Okay. So I'm going to go over the bit in Discord. Don't forget, everybody, this is the cool thing that you can do. Anytime that we're doing these deck tech streams, you just use the link here. If you have something that you'd like to get teched today. So Rob has said, so far, I want as many of Squall's triggers as possible. Loaded up with evasion, protection, draw, control, and removal and reanimating from other people's graveyards. Ramp package mostly relies on Cabal Coffers and Urborg. And there are some ways to get those. Okay. So we're looking for like some direction for the deck, you said, and we are at 156 main cards. Hey, hi Twilight Sovereign. I hope you were able to catch your deck tech today. All right, so let's go over Squall. This is a 4-mana commander in Orzhov. When a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn, and when Squall deals combat damage to a player, you return something that costs 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. If you watch the decked out shorts, you might have seen one from me saying, I think this commander is fantastic. I think this commander is really good. Because the amount of value that you get in a burst is strong. You get 6 mana worth of cards from your graveyard to the battlefield in the all together. Because other cards kind of grind it out, like Sun Titan. It's like, okay, great. I'll get 1 when it comes in. I'll get another in the next turn when it attacks. But this is a lot. All right, so trying to get as many of these triggers as possible. Jesus, what do I have to do to submit yours that's been revamped? What do you mean by that? All right, I'm already suspicious that there are only 12 creatures in this deck. Because Squall can reanimate creatures. Pride Guardian blocks, gain 3 life. Enters battlefield, destroy target enchantment. Okay, some aura synergies. Weird. Like him because he's pretty. That's a great reason to play a card. Oh, the deck inspired by me. I mean, if you want to do it today, It's right here. But otherwise, yeah, you just have to. You can either submit it here on the link, or you can just wait till next month. Target creature cannot block this turn. I think this card is great. Brotherhood Outcast. For 3 mana, you get a reasonable body that also brings back the same cost for an R or equipment card. I hope you also have pre-war formal wear or whatever. Braids is also excellent here because it allows you to start looping some of your permanents. You're like, great, reanimate it, sacrifice it, reanimate it, sacrifice it. All right, so I assume we're going for somewhat of an enchantment theme, considering the Court Spirit Dancer and the Mesa Enchantress. Warring Triad does help you to put some stuff in your graveyard. Okay. Blah. I don't like this card. This is just a personal dislike. Skull once one attacker didn't put in many creatures. Yeah, that's. I can see the logic there. I like a lot of creatures in this deck anyway. Just ones that don't care about attacking. Not a lot of instants, which I think is a correct choice here. And 3 of them are lands anyway. Karametra's Blessing protects our stuff. Personally, I would swap this for any of the other effects that do something like this that aren't so specific, because I don't think the +2/+2 is super relevant. You can at best turning it into 4 more damage because of double strike. I would rather be able to consistently give hexproof and indestructible. So I'd want like Black Mage's skill or Blacksmith's skill or Loran's escape here, so that I can use it as protection for Squall. Artifacts. All right. Also something we can bring back. Expedition Map. Great. Helps you to find Urborg coffers and you can bring back. +1 for enchantments. World Map, same thing as Expedition Map. What? Flying in Haste, cool. Flying in Hastes. Buster Sword is so very good. So good with Squall. First Strike, Trample, Haste. Vigilance, Trample, Haste. Yeah, we have a lot of these too. Hey! Thanks, Jesus. We shall add you to today's docket. And I'll go over the me deck. But yeah, just same thing. Post the updated list in the Share Your Deck channel in the Discord, and any notes that you have. Yeah, let's see what else. Smoke Bomb. That's the second time we've seen one of these today, and I usually don't see these in decks. It's very fun card and pretty ideal for this. This is good protection where you can flash it in. Like so the first time that you play it, you blow out somebody's removal. At your upkeep, you sacrifice it. Squall is unblockable. You hit twice, reanimate it. You protect it for another round and get ensure your second one. Hi Farm. This is still MTG Nerd Girl's channel, but she is now opened it up to the full decked out EDH team. So you will see somebody streaming on this channel every day of the week. It will usually be her, but for instance, every Wednesday will be either me or Joe Cherries or both of us doing deck techs. But yeah, that's why you haven't been able to find it before. Let's see. Is Lionheart here just for the flavor to go with Squall? Because if that's the reason, keep it. But if you're like, if you could, if you can part with it, it definitely is not good. All right, we have now 90 enchantments. So let me ask you, Rob the Princess. So you're dead set on like an enchantment style build of this? That is totally uh like is a good way to go with it. I just want to make sure. Uh cuz this is we have a lot of pieces here. I really like totem armor. That seems pretty great since it's a thing that you can bring back. Yeah, ghost form as well. Like any of these things that stay in play and like kind of expend themselves to save stuff. Love it. I'm just taking a quick look through because 90 is a big number. All right, and then lands. Uh, One thing very notable for this deck, Squall can also bring back lands. It just says permanent that costs 3 or less. So you want to be running any fetches that you can get in this deck, whether they are the like top of the line actual fetch lands, or even if it's just like Fabled Passage or Evolving Wilds. Any lands that are sacrificing themselves to do a thing you want to run in this deck. Hmm. Hey, nice porpoises. Yeah, because that's the ancient copper dragon, right? Congratulations. That's a huge pull. That's great. Um, yes, definitely swap in some lands to sacrifice themselves. Okay, so if we're going for an enchantment plan here, so what we've got now is an engine. So there are a couple different ways to start building a commander deck. Um, what we are doing here is we're starting with the engine. We're like, great, we have a deck full of things that can get themselves into the graveyard that Squall can bring back. As opposed to starting with a win condition and building upon that. So that means we need to figure out how does this deck win, and that will help us to choose what cards to put in, what cards actually make it into the deck. So we know we're going to get enchantments back onto the battlefield. You could do sort of an aristocrat style deck where we're sacrificing things to get triggers that maybe drain our opponents out or do something like that. You could do like a reanimator style if you're looking at something like Chthonian Nightmare, using cards like this, and you have like Dance of the Dead, and there might have been like an Animate Dead in here as well. Yep. So using these to put big creatures onto the board. Squall itself can also be a win condition because double strike on a 3-power commander is pretty strong. You can use commander damage as a win con. Yeah, like using Helm of the Gods or Ethereal Armor on Squall. So I think that's definitely a viable way to do this. It does put a lot of pressure on your commander to like Squall is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. So I'm trying to think if there's any other ways that I would go about this deck. You know what? We're going to use our tools. Now, I don't think you should just go on EDH Rec and like take the top 100 cards and make that your deck, but this can be very helpful for just jogging your brain. So let's see what other people are doing. They may not be good ideas, but we help. Yeah, okay. So there's the Voltron plan of putting a bunch of stuff on Squall. Double Strike is good. Reanimator plan, like I was saying, you're just like getting stuff into the graveyard and using cheap spells to bring them back out. And those the cheap things that are reanimating things are probably things you bring back with Squall. Equipment, sure. It just seems like Voltron, but more limited. Aristocrats, I think, is a realistic way to approach this. I do think this commander could have a very strong stacks game plan, but I don't think that's the direction we're going here. Combo control, hate bears. Okay. Cool. Here's what we're going to do. I wanted to start a fresh one because then I can just pull a couple cards from the other list and look at them here. So we are going for this enchantment theme first and foremost. So I think especially stuff like Mesa Enchantress, which is value off of enchantments, 3 cost. We definitely want things like that. Oh, is it not going to let me drag it over to the other one? No. See, oh, that's all I want. All I wanted. All right, never mind. Yeah, personally, if I was building this, I would focus less on a Voltron angle of getting a kill with Squall, and I would just include a couple cards that allow you to do it, but it wouldn't make it my focus because yeah, I can drag window, but not tab to tab. Oh, you know what? Then I'll do this. All right, so I would. Oh, no? Oh, I think I have to drag it from the other. Weird. Okay. All right, well. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, if I'm looking at the other stuff in your list, down to these enchantments. I think I would want a lot of enchantments that sacrifice themselves. So anything that's like easily able to get itself into the graveyard. Because that way all I have to worry about. That's cool. So this seems like the kind of card that we want, but if you think about it, so you're paying life at your upkeep, but if you don't pay the upkeep, then you have to go unblocked to get it back. So I think I leave that. Ooh, this is a mean card. It can be very powerful, but we don't have really a draw engine here because the way that this card, it does stick around for the amount of time that you want, which is your opponent's turns. So I like that idea. Yeah. Also, any sagas are great. Yeah. What else here is? Hmm. Yeah. Ripples of Undeath is so good. I liked what's the, I think something Outcast, Brotherhood Outcast. And to go with that, pre-war formal wear. This is one of the few equipments I'd run in it no matter what. Just because when it enters, you return a creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield and attached to it. It's so free. Yeah, I like the Catonian Nightmare here. Because what's also nice about this is using it repeatedly to reanimate creatures. You end up stacking up a little bit of extra energy if you're not using all of it. And it also helps to put creatures that you want back into your graveyard. Yeah, I like Kaya's and like the Umbras. Are there any ones here that are maybe a little bit better? This Umbra Mystic, kind of nice here. Because now this allows you to sacrifice any of your auras when something of yours would be destroyed. So any effects that you want to bring back, you just need to block, essentially. And it itself is 3 cost. Things to help loop stuff: Lunarch Mantle, Bound by Moonsilver. Infernal Tribute into the Pit. All right. Oh yes, I did like the idea of using Helm of the Gods or ethereal armor as very easy ways to pump up. I think you also just run like all the glitters here as a third copy of that effect. Oh, what is Sage's, is it Sage's Reverie? That's 4 mana. It's probably still worth it, but my thematic heart. Let's see. Bound by Moonsilver. Creature can attack, block, or transform, and sack another permanent attached bound by Moonsilver to target creature. Activate, you could cast it sorcery only once each turn. That is very cute. And I am here for very cute. Let's see. Infernal Tribute. I think, I don't know. I don't know. 2 mana to sacrifice a card, and it's triple black. What's the Into the Pit? I like much more here. That is very good. Yeah, you also have like the seals. Like Seal of Cleansing, Seal of Doom, both repeatable enchantments that sacrifice themselves. Yeah, I think it's, for me, I just don't want to be paying that mana to sacrifice stuff. Like I think that Braids is really good here. Um hmm. Saw is kind of cute. Not an enchantment though, but it boosts Squall. That's great. Double strike good. And allows you to sacrifice anything to turn into card draw. Oh, the Spirit Sister's Call is a card I've been trying to get to work for a while. I just have not. I just haven't had the right deck for it. I also just tend not to play decks that would want it, so I just haven't had a lot of opportunities. That might be really good here. Sacrifice an enchantment, bring one back. Lunarch Mantle. Yeah, the 1 mana here I think is a little more doable. I kind like, my instinct is to have them all be free, but this does do a lot for you. +2 and evasion is pretty solid. What was the... Oh, yeah. Smoke Bomb also was super cute. I guess you do have to be careful... because I guess what you get a window to be able to put things onto Squall between your upkeep and the whenever you bring it back, which is fine. Yeah, actually, I was like, is there maybe a downside to this, but not much. Here's if you don't mind a little stacks. There was one that I really liked. It'll depend. I guess it's not as good for your enchantment build here. But Charitable Levy taxes non-creature spells. And then once there are 3, you sacrifice it, draw a card, and ramp a plains. I have this in a more creature-based Squall deck, but definitely one that I think people should consider for these decks. All right. I think with what we've picked out so far and what you've said to me, a more Voltron-y Squall deck, I think, is what you're looking for. So I think your picks for like Kaya's Ghost Form, stuff like that, is really good. I personally like the flexibility of Dog Umbra, to be able to use it as removal or an instant speed save my stuff. I like it a little bit more than like Hyena, because like the first strike doesn't even really matter. The +1 is okay, and also I think be more willing to run like Felidar Umbra here. Hatred. I I don't know if this is a hatred deck. It's like, yeah, you can go hatred for 8, you lose. But I don't know if that is what we're looking for from this deck. I like the Animate Dead. And not Dance the Many, Dance the Dead. Dance the Dead, Necromancy. But then if our main game plan here is doesn't matter for blocking. I don't know. I think it's rare that I'm blocking with Squall. I just don't want to. I don't want to risk it. But what else? Griffin Guide, that is cute. That's I really like that. Griffin Guide because it's all of the things that you want. It's a boost, it's evasion, and you can even grind this up using your sack outlets to make 2/2 flyers. Yeah, so I think the direction you should try taking this is like a Voltron-y, like play stuff on Squall to protect them. Use some of your other enchantment stuff. Do we have what are good like? Are there any good cards here that are also targets themselves? Ooh, Eidolon of Astral Winds kind of cute here. It is 3 mana itself, so it can be targeted to bring back. When it or another enchantment you control enters, a creature becomes a 4/4 flyer. Makes Squall slightly bigger and gives evasion. That's maybe worth a look. Yeah, the vowels. Uh, uh, I mean, personally, I am a little low on these. If you like these kinds of enchantments, then go for it. But I usually don't like them. Um, because even though you still are giving your opponent some agency in how they use your things. What did? Hmm. Some other enchantments that I liked. Touch the Spirit Realm, I think, is pretty good here because you can channel it to blink something. So you can. There's a lot of utility there, whether you're using it to save Squall or to get a blocker out of the way or kill a token. Great. And then it puts it into your graveyard to be reanimated. I don't know exactly how you feel on tutors, but there are some fun tutors here, like Cynical Loner allows you to put anything into your graveyard, but only if it survives combat. But if we have a bunch of auras, then it is a good chance it survives combat, or if we're giving it double strike. Because like this is the kind of tutor that I like, where it's specific and takes a little work to get it to go, but it's powerful if you're getting it. Cynical owner also, yeah, yeah, thematic. But hey, all if that's not your thing, then Grasp of Fate reminds me. I think we talked about this last time, but Trial of a Time Lord, I think is 3 mana. Yeah, 3 mana. Chapters 1, 2, and 3 exile a creature, and then on chapter 4, everybody votes on whether all of those creatures return to the battlefield or not. But bringing that back is also like some really good removal. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, I know that you just kind of put a lot of cards that seem good in a pile, but I just want to make this like statement in general for all of you that are building decks. This something like Taval's Judgment here, it does work with your commander, because it would trigger this twice if you hit. But if we're hitting our opponent and getting to bring things back in the graveyard, we're already doing a good thing. And so this card doesn't do anything if we're not able to do the thing that we need, that if we're not able to get in and bring things back in the graveyard. So you won't have to worry about adding something like this. I You're probably better off using that spot for something that allows you to more consistently get through for combat damage, or something that is that you're bringing back from the graveyard. It is very much a win more or do nothing. Is there? I wonder if there's like a read ahead saga, one that you can just immediately put in the graveyard. Would just be only one of these, and I don't think they're quite good enough. Because like just reading ahead immediately to chapter 3. What about Auras That Mill? Do those exist? Really? There are no Auras that mill at all? Hmm. Yeah, I was hoping there would be something decent to like. Cruelty of Gix does read ahead, but it doesn't cost 3. Yeah. I would run the other things in the deck that bring back 3s. So like this and like Savine's. Yeah. Loaf, I see you in the chat. Gladriel's Dismissal is just like generically good white card. I think you can run that in pretty much anything and be happy with it. Um, I don't know if I'm on board with Sophie in this. You're not really putting it in the graveyard. It's nice for the double strike. I don't know. I just don't. I'm just not a swords guy. Yeah, I think Aros is a pretty solid way to go. Um, hmm. Oh, this was one that I had in a list that I put together. Um, I think you had this also in your stack, but I Idolize is pretty messed up here. It's a huge buff for only 2 mana. You know you're attacking with only one creature anyway, and it costs less than 3, so you can bring it back. Um, you know what? Also, I like Codsworth here is super helpful. As per the name, helps to protect your commander. Uh, adds mana for auras. And is 3 mana, so you can return for this. You could put Luris in this. I think most of the hits we want are going to cost 3, but it does bring back Luris. I think I would definitely consider Luris for this. Like, it would be one of those, like, I put the deck together and then look back over it to be like, hey, do I have enough things to cast with this? But hmm. Cards like Unhallowed Pact. When enchanted creature dies, return it to the battlefield under your control. Is there one with flash? Oh yeah, like I would run Minions Return. I would definitely run Minions Return. I'm not sure that I would run the other ones because this is such a great setup to like, oh, somebody uses removal. You're like, cool. I would like to steal that creature, and you're guaranteed like this goes immediately to the bin because they've killed it. Like I definitely would run that. I like that idea. But I think any of them without flash, I would not run. All right. I think this is a real solid start to this. So I like the enchantment, the aura angle to it. Um, I would mostly want to use things that will put themselves in the graveyard, but like you have a decent point that auras will generally end up there. You just have to be kind of aggressive with them. The problem with that is for this deck in particular is you want to be swinging with Squall, and you don't want Squall dying. So I would still want a lot of ways to be able to grind up those auras without stuff naturally dying in combat. So stuff like the Into the Pit and your Lunarch Mantle are good options. I would definitely I yeah, the I'm definitely not super high on the impetus or Val things. And I think I would err more on the side of like the higher impact uh targets as opposed to the smaller ones, unless the smaller ones are like particularly powerful. So does Mantle the Ancients, is that doesn't get weird here, right? Like, because you get to choose everything for this, right? Any number, yeah. So it gives you that alternative for a win. Yeah, and I know this was already mentioned, but any of the phasing out options are also strong here since they save all of your auras as well. Yeah, so like maybe Haystack or Robe of Stars here. Oh yeah, the braids was very good. Cool. I think the last thing I would say for this, so you have two ways to kind of get in. Either because you have these cards that are giving haste and trample, so you're like game plan is play one of these first, then play Squall and equip on the same turn, or it is play Squall, protect for rotation, and then swing. Personally, I like the second plan better. So you either play Squall with one of these little like with something small to be able to protect it, whether it's this or like Galadriel's or something, and then on your next turn you have the untap. You can play something on Squall first and then swing. So I would lean more into like some smaller protection spells, because I also don't think that for the most part this will be the scariest commander on the board when you play it, even if you play it on turn 4 and you tap out to do it. So you probably make it to your untap, and at that point you try and get them in. Cool. Do you feel like you've got a solid direction for the deck, or help to narrow it down a little bit? Because we do have another Kofi request from Jesus. So this is the deck that I inspired. I think specifically because of a video that I put out on this. So the Master Formed Anew is only 2 mana. When you cast it, you exile a creature you control and put a takeover counter on it. And then you can have the Master enter as a copy of that one of the creatures that you've exiled with it. This gets weird. You have some interesting flexibility with it, because you start building up like a you start building up like a library of creatures that this can enter as, uh, and you're kind of like upgrading a little bit more each time. But it also has some weird stuff. For instance, if you have any ways, oh yes, let me, before I forget, I think I'm allowed to put a link in there. Okay, right. Some weird stuff that you can do with this. Let me see how much of it is in here. All right. Well, the first thing I thought of is not here, so I'll hold that for now. So there is a combo with this card. Um, if you can exile Driver of the Dead, which says when it dies, return a creature card with converted mana cost 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. If you have this and a sacrifice outlet, this goes infinite because the master enters a copy of this. You sacrifice it and you get this trigger to return a creature card that costs 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. But the master costs 2 in the graveyard because it is no longer a copy of the Driver of the Dead. So you can return itself, and then it will again be a copy of Driver of the Dead, sacrificing it over and over and over again. Same thing works with Cavalier of Night, which can return something costs 3. So again, targets the master, so you have infinite sacrifices with that. That gets nice and funky. Uh, that's funny. If you somehow manage to exile your Ulamog, then when it enters, it sees the actual copy of Ulamog in in exile, so it comes in with 10 counters. All right, so we are generally trying to keep this to bracket 2. You feel like you have too many top end things, and we need a good name for it. So too many top end things, yeah. It's not a lot of top end things. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, okay. Here's also one of the things you can do with this deck. If you steal your opponent's creatures, if you get your opponent's creatures on the board somehow, then you can exile those with Master, and those are now added to the list of things that you can have him enter as. Since it doesn't matter that you don't need to own the creature. It just needs to be a creature in exile with the counter on it. All right. Okay. What can I say for this? Because I'm also looking for like some of the other things that I would note for this deck. It's very good to have ways to return the master to your hand to be able to replay it as something bigger. Yeah, Oculus. I like that. Um, Um, Personally, I really like this interaction, where you can, if you use a temporary gain control effect, then you can exile it with the master, and get a lot of value off of that. I don't know if that's another angle that you are interested in, but it's definitely one of my favorite things to do with it. So you certain effects. Looking for some of the more efficient ones. Because you can definitely steal for 4 mana, but can you do it for less? There's like it's like a black spell that does it for a turn, I think. That's your best shot. Shackles is very good. I would be running Vidalcan Shackles here. Overtaker is very cool. You can turn any card in your hand into a steal for a turn, so you can continue to eat your opponent's creatures. But there's a black one for 3, I believe. Yeah, or like any of the ones that are, like gain control as long as this stays tapped. It's like, cool, I only need it to be tapped for like a moment. What am I thinking of? This one. This is the one I'm thinking of. Mark of the Oni is your most efficient, I believe. You can also run Mind Harness. So these are all like sort of temporary effects, but you only need to steal the creature long enough for you to also cast the master. So I like both of those. Plus, then you get to run this weird Mind Harness card that nobody's heard of before, which is really the most important part. Yeah. Oh, we also taught. It's like coming back to me. Some of the other tricks that you can do. Scroll of Fate. If you manifest a card, it means you could manifest, I don't know, Ulamog, and then when you exile it with Master, it sees it face up. So that's also why Oculus is pretty solid here. Trying to think what I like. What would I add here? Because we're also looking for ways like we want to be able to cheat these larger things in as well. I think this works. Is this the card I'm thinking of? Oh yeah, curfew. Curfew's great. What is the? There's. What's the name of this card? It's in my brain. There's a creature that is like a blue sneak attack. I don't know why. I've talked about this card before. Um, where are you? You could always show and tell. I feel like maybe giving your opponents that in Commander is not the best idea. Um, oh, where are you? I know what I'm thinking of. I know when I see it. There you are, Shifty Doppelganger. So, for it's blue, so this effect is going to be expensive. But for 4 mana, you can sneak a creature from your hand onto the battlefield, and then you have to sacrifice at end of turn. It's not the most effective, but it does. It's just hard to get that effect in blue and black. What do you think about you? Enters, exile all creature cards from your graveyard, and then you can put a creature exiled for 4. How are you getting them into your graveyard? Would be my question. Because I don't think you have convenient ways to get them into the graveyard. Like, Shifty Doppelganger is not terribly efficient, but it's I like it because it's one of the few. It's like it's such a color break, but it kind of makes sense flavor wise. And also everybody's like, what the hell is this card? Which is also one of the most important things in Magic. Yeah, I feel like you just do not have consistent ways to get the cards you want into your graveyard. I'm looking for for other ways to be able to cheat your stuff face down. Because these are all going off top of your library, so you have to get kind of lucky. I was hoping there's... And trying to keep this on bracket 2 means we probably are not, because like the deck has some pieces like Scroll of Fate that are particularly powerful, like synergy wise. Oh, there's like a silly clone that works with this too. I don't know if that's here. Yeah. Also, what is this? What is this? It's a creature that blinks and copies. There you are. Identity Thief. When Identity Thief attacks, you can exile another creature, and then if you do, it becomes a copy of that creature until end of turn, and then you return. So you blink a creature, and it becomes a copy. So this card, when you do it together with the Master, it when it targets it, it becomes a copy of whatever the Master was a copy of, but then blinks it so you can then get another ETB or an upgrade or whatever from the Master. Yeah, Identity Thief. Hello, Trey. Uh, I like this challenge. This is tricky because it's uh like going back over something that I had like dug into before. I I would consider Grazilax here as well. Because you've got a lot of these little dinky creatures, um, like Strix and Dothy. You could get a bird from this. Satoru has Menace, so you can probably draw some cards off of this. But it also means that your Master, you can start swinging with that, getting that in for damage. Depending on what it's copying, might be a significant amount. But if they block it, you're like, cool, I get to do this again. This this gives you like the freedom to start getting in damage and draws you cards and lets you reset the Master. But I'm still like, I want there to be more ways to cheat some stuff out just long enough for you to master them. And I just don't know that that is possible here. Hmm. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Is this in here? I don't know. Another 3 mana way to steal creatures. Destroy, re-enters under your control, exile with the Master. This one gets the bonus that if it's an ETB, an opponent's ETB that you care about, you get it. And then you get to use the Master. Yeah. Also, then you get this. This especially works well for a deck inspired by me because one of my most popular videos of all time and most hotly contested is explaining how this card allows you to steal commanders because you target an opponent's commander, and if this resolves, it destroys it. It goes to the graveyard and returns to the battlefield under your control. Since this is all part of a single effect, your opponent cannot put their commander into the command zone in the middle of this effect. So by the time that the game checks to see, hey, is your commander in a graveyard or exile? Would you like to put that into your command zone? The card is not there. So there is, unless you do something before the spell resolves, if it targets commander, it it goes back onto the battlefield. There's no putting it back in the command zone. Of course, you sacrifice it your next end step, so it doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, everybody's like, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, here's all the rules on why this works this way. And they're like, I don't want to read. Yeah, so you get those bonus points of confusing card that you have to explain to people. Hmm. Trey, that is not nice. That is not nice. I have seen some really nice trash blowing across the table from time to time. He's streaming? Is he streaming today? You can tell him I said that. Yeah, I just did a pre-release with him last night. Jerk opened a Buster Sword, so he did all right. Um, and let me see, Maximus. Am I building a deck for the next game we'll see on YouTube? Today the plan is to build a deck that we will put on the show. I don't know exactly when it will be because we are headed by the all-star planner nerd girl, so we're like planned super far in advance. But we will be building a deck that will be on the show today, or like we're building a deck today that will be on the show. And is there a less heralded Final Fantasy creature that I like to build around? Yes, we were talking about this earlier. The two that I want to build around are Professor Hojo in mono green and Black Waltz #3, Rakdos Spells. I think it is a stronger card than Kuja. We're doing 9 or 8 CMC list #2. I don't know. We are just about getting to that point. I think we've gotten a little bit of we've gotten a couple adds to this deck, particularly in this for stealing stuff and being able to bring that back. A little extra tech with the Shifty Doppelganger, Grazilax, Galenalendra could go. Yeah. It depends on what you want to do in your games. I run this in my Danny Pink deck, and I'm considering taking it out just because it's not as fun. Like the card is good. The card is good, but especially if you're aiming for bracket 2, then it's just not it makes for uninteresting gameplay once it's out. Yeah, what else? Let me see. I'll finish up here with what else I would cut, and then we'll move on to what deck we are building. How have you felt? This is 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. It's a lot. It's a. Do you feel like the bounces are effective? The single use bounces? So I'd almost want like a crystal shard or something else, another repeatable bounce. Hello, Crisp. This deck is super funky. It is based on an idea that I made a video about like a while back, where the master is absorbing creatures and then can come back as copies of them. And you can either do a combo with Driver of the Dead, where you infinite sack to win the game. You can steal your opponent's creatures and use them to absorb. Or you just keep upgrading until you have like a Masker Worm that you can cast over and over again. Let's see. I mean, I'd cut Phyrexian Arena. I am not a Phyrexian Arena lover. I feel like there are just many more effects that are similar that I like more, and I just like drawing a bunch of cards all at once. This would definitely be on my cut list. You just wanted all the draw. I mean, I would just replace it with something. And yeah, I like the idea to cut Glen Alandra just to keep it more bracket 2-y. Deadeye Navigator is also the one that sticks out to me here as like maybe not the most bracket 2 card. But I mean the interaction with Master Form to New is very strong. Took all the infinites out. Yeah. Oh, I've got one for you. I would try replacing Siren's Roost with like Teferi's Teferi's whatever the Teferi one is. Time Twist or something. Time Twist. Because this is a slow blink. That can also save a wider range of things. Hello, Jay. All right, thank you for the sub. And I don't think we've got alerts up yet for that. So, here's your here's our sub alert. Auga. Yes, I like that. I like that the Time Twist can save you from like board wipes, whereas a fast blink does not. Yeah, to me, I like that. I like that much better. Cool. Well, I hope I was able to give you a little bit extra spice on uh, a deck that was already inspired by me, which is very cool. I can't wait to see your Nerd Girl and Airball decks. Do I think Deadly Relics too much? Was that in here? Oh yes, then yes, yeah. If you were doing it themed around me, I will almost never run a free spell in bracket two. That's just a personal preference. It's uh, especially if the impact of the spell is very large. I'm totally fine with like frantic search or snap, but I don't run uh, any free spells in bracket two. All right, let's build a deck. So we have two big options here. Right now, no, not wait, this way. Um, we have two decks that are on my list to build. Either an 8 mana commander for the August game of our series, where every pod, like every commander in the pod is the same cost, and the cost matches the month of the year. Or a specialty game that Nerd Girl would like to play is all Final Fantasy IX characters arch enemy. So it's 3v1, and the so it'll be 3 members from the Final Fantasy IX party versus Final Fantasy IX villain that will get the arch enemy deck. So what are you all feeling? Do you think we should build an 8 mana commander, or do you think we should build a one of the decks for the Final Fantasy IX arch enemy game? Because it looks like maybe a vote for arch enemy. Vote for arch enemy. Selesnya Garnet, which sounds like Final Fantasy IX. Schultz is hungry. Crisp also wants 8 mana. Cause what did we built one of these already, right? We built one of the 8 cost ones. Yeah, we built last time we built Corvold, the 8 mana Corvold. Now don't forget everybody, this is your opportunity if you want. That if you ever want to for any of these deck building streams on Ko-fi, there is the super option to just override what we're doing and say build this commander and put it on the show. And so you do have that option to go to Ko-fi and select that option now. If you have one that you're like, I need to see this commander on decked out. Yes, it can also be like, oh, the one I want for these themes. You can be specific on that. That also works. But I think it's arch enemy. I think arch enemy, or let's see, 8. Are we even? Also, Jay, thank you for gifting to Twilight Sovereign. Awooga. Ooh, Zephyr voting for 8. I will say, I've I think I would lean a little bit more towards 8 because as Nurgle said, the 8 mana does come out a little sooner. And the 3v1 I think will need a lot of finesse, since you're designing a pod not for 4 even decks, but you want to design the decks in a way where the three that are in the party complement each other. So you can build decks that have weaknesses, that are compensated by the other decks, and lean farther into what the deck does. And then the arch enemy you should build considering that it's going to get these bonuses from the arch enemy deck. So I think right now, unless we get a big flood of people saying saying build the 3v1 deck, we are a vote ahead for 8 mana. So let's see what we got. These are all of the 8 mana commanders. Some behind the scenes, we usually try to make sure each color is at least represented somewhere in the game for every game of Decked Out. You will usually see all 5 colors somewhere across the decks, but I believe with the decks we've chosen so far, we've already done that. We have Corvold covering Jund. We might need a little blue. I think that was the one thing. Let me look at what else. Let's see. Because also, if you are a patron, of Decked Out, then you will get the opportunity to submit deck lists for our brewing bounties, where we take a look, and if there are any that really hit the spot, I think you nailed it, or just happen to be the deck that we were trying to build anyway, then we will choose those and put them on the show. And so we have a couple submissions there that I've looked at, and I think I have like maybe 1 or 2 picked out. But I am going to make the requirement for today that blue must be in the identity for what we pick. So I think this works. Commander is greater than blue. Yeah. I don't think they're... Oh, okay. Okay, here we go. All right. These are our 12 options. We can fit all of them on the screen. I know I saw a couple of you saying Absolute Virtue. I don't like this card. I don't like this card. It's just like I have to figure out what funny things you can do. Like, what is interesting about this card? Because the dice removal is a real argument for this, because you're spending 8 mana for an effect, like for an effect that protects you but does not protect itself at all. This does allow for us to use any of the actual Elder Dragons. They are all pretty terrible, but I'm not opposed. Um, Nicol Bolas is super mean. Um, Crisp, you have the suggestion for Kamal Brinlin. If we do partners, usually we'll add them together, which is how we are going to cheat some of the later the later months of the year. So okay, let's think about this. Let's think of this because I would like if there's something funny we can do with Absolute Virtue, I would like to do it. Yeah, because yeah, Rob the Prince, you're starting down the right path. So you have protection from each of your opponents. You can't be dealt damage, enchanted, or targeted by things controlled by your opponents. Myojin of Cryptic Dreams is absolutely allowed. Um, I also think Jadzi would be very interesting. I think Sauron is pretty boring. And Ireni is also kind of boring. I'm not a fan of board wipes in the command zone. I'm like, but that space, the thing you want to do every game is board wipe? Bleh. Um, you can't be dealt damage, enchanted, or targeted by anything controlled by your opponents. Because, like, I guess you could give your opponents things. Uh, and then have them using them against each other because they can't hit you with them. It's like also not in good colors for taking advantage of those things. Because you can't be dealt damage by things your opponents control. Yeah, I don't know if there's I don't know if there's something there. I think Jadzi could be fun. I like the idea of Myojin of Cryptic Dreams as well. I think those are my front runners. I mean, Maelstrom Wanderer. People do like a Maelstrom Wanderer. I think if we're doing Maelstrom Wanderer, I would want a fun like spin on it. Like, what's our angle? Otherwise, I think Jadzi or Myojin of Cryptic Dreams are my front runners here. IHD, we're deciding what deck we're building today. Yeah. Maelstrom Wanderer triple triad. Yeah, so keep in mind we will probably be building this deck at around a bracket 2. Um, I I think I'm leaning towards Myojin. Like this is a very cool commander. That's a little absurd. At least two of the other decks in the pod are 3 colors, so I think having a monocolor one is a nice balance for that. And right now, a lot of the other colors are pretty heavily represented. So I think having a dedicated blue deck, and I'm certainly not biased, will be a good time. Well, we know that one of the other decks is 8 mana Corvold, the one that cares about card types, and then the at least one of the other ones will be chosen from the decked out patron submissions, and a lot of those are 3 colors. So the ones I have my eyes on are at least 3 colors. Sort by mana. Give me the stacks. Okay. So let's start with some basics. So the commander 8 is a true 8 mana, not discounted at all. Enters with an indestructible counter if you cast it from your hand. So we don't even get the counter casting it from the command zone. Remove an indestructible counter from it to copy a permanent spell you control 3 times. So if we can get this thing onto the board with a counter, that's a very powerful ability. But we have to figure out what are the challenges in the way. So first of all, let's see. What else do we have that cares about indestructible counters? Tecuthal, kind of. Hello, Squee. Yeah, I think Rob, you're definitely right. Any of the things that can allow us to put our commander into hand. I think we definitely want Tecuthal here. Let's see. Yeah, what's the wording for command beacon? What's the campfire wording? Put all commanders you own. Geode Golem? It deals combat damage to a player. You can cast your commander from the command zone without paying its cost. I'm down for this. I think let's put all commanders you own from the command zone and from your graveyard into your hand, and then shuffle your graveyard into your library. We'll add that. Add the beacon. Okay. Yeah, but see, that's the thing is, Geo Golem still cheats our 8-mana commander, because we can find other ways to put a counter onto it. Like, onto the battlefield is a step in the right direction. It's just not the best one, but we'll take what we can get. Oh god, I know what I want to do. This is what I want to do. I want to copy that that activated ability as many times as I can. Yeah. Yeah. How crunchy is this for you? Oh, yeah, also we definitely need Goldberry. No crunch coming through. That's good. Scoop. We're building a bracket 2-ish Myojin of Cryptic Dreams deck. Now, I'm probably not going to add too many tutors to this, because I also want it to be a functional deck, like without the Myojin game plan. I want it to have a reasonable game plan that gets us that keeps us alive until Myojin time. And is it maybe like Trinket Mage does also grab Soul Ring, but we're not really a grab soul ring kind of family, you know. Uh, what is that? That I think is the real question to answer here. What is the goal of this deck? Are we trying to turbo Myojin, uh, like copy something, or are we trying to pick like a normal game plan, say like counters, like +1/+1 counters, and proliferate stuff until we can get in position to play a Myojin? I guess the other thing is we could do like try and do like Myojin combo, because copying a permanent spell 3 times, if that spell proliferates, then you can combo off. Um, maybe I'm cooking a little too much here, but yeah, I don't. That's not quite. Meat is counters. Topping is big mana spells. I do have a mono blue counters deck, so I got a lot of tech for this. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, Schultz. You do have a great mono blue counters deck. Hmm. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I like the idea of what are the big commander like spells in this color? X cards plus an additional card for each time they cast. That's not what we're looking for. Visions, exchange control of 2 creatures, and then you can flash it back for 2 since your commander costs 8. Peregrine Dynamo. But it says not a commander. Yeah, it gets me every time. I do like the Cactus Preserve. I think that's a... We definitely include that. All right. Oh yeah, by the way, you can just click and drag cards from Moxfield or EDH Rec over into, or from Scryfall or EDH Rec directly over to your Moxfield list. Just another cool perk. All right. I think what my heart wants for this deck is we're here to do Myojin of Cryptic Dreams shit. So we're not worrying about a counters game plan. We are going to get this out and active as soon as we can and start copying spells. So we got to ramp, get this into our hand, and cast it. I think I'm okay with a little bit of tutoring for that then. Grabbing a Trinket Mage and Expedition Map to find the pieces that we need to put this into our hand. I mean, I guess let me just put our general like package of ramp. All right, we'll flesh that out a little bit in a moment. So, yeah, Myojin into hand, recast. What are we? Oh, retraced image. Are we retracing an image here? I think I'm less on. I think our regular move will be all right. I like retrace image for stuff that cares about it being a land, but I think I'm not here for a hull breaker. And if we're trying to do this as soon as possible, what also can we copy a trigger with? Oop. Oh yeah, we got a Thran Dynamo in there. Lithoform and Adric. Oh yeah, the new realm sketching. I don't think we need land ramp. I'm I think I'm satisfied with more traditional means. Yeah, I like casting a Myojin copy. Dreamscape artist, what a classic. We don't need land wrap though. Also, what are we copying? Like what's our payoff here? Look, Bahama is always the answer. It does mean that we've got at least. Well, it can only copy permanent spells. I'll put Bahamut in here as a temporary. Because like that for sure is a finisher. I like the idea of replication, but it doesn't do anything. Oh yeah, Nerd Girl is reminding me in the chat. There is this thing right above my head, where if you are just like no, there's a card that must be in this deck right now, then all you have to do is head to Ko-fi or give 3 subs, and you tell me what card goes in this deck, and we will write your name on the card sleeve when we shuffle it up to play undecked out, and if it shows up on screen, then there you go. We will all know that you are responsible for either aiding or screwing over whoever draws your card. Oh, Kiro! Oh my God! You, you mean the Reaver Titan? Is that what that's what you're talking about? That's I will consider that also the top end. That is hmm. All right, let me fill in some stuff. Um I realize I got to put the other Myojin in here. That's that for sure. Um I don't even think it's necessarily that good, but I think it has to be in the deck. Uh, hmm. What what else do I do with you? Yeah, let me just add like some bread and butter here. Uh oh, Portal Phyrexia. Oh God, a bunch of mind dilations is kind of absurd. Uh there's just I know there's gonna be something that hits me. There's like what is the spell? Like what is the thing that really senses? Automaton soldiers is funny because you do it it does work the same as spark double, but then the myriad like does not matter. Hmm. This to me is very funny. So you get four hexproof 8/8s, and then on your next turn, you just go everybody everybody tap everything, and it doesn't untap, and then steal four things. Myriad totally matters. 9 copies? Oh, I guess yeah. If you're copying Anton Soldier, I don't know. You don't have to sell me too hard on Anton Soldier. That's a cool card. Hmm. there's just like... Oh, I guess Sakashima too is... Astral Dragon, now we're talking. Yeah, I think honestly we just make this like mono blue big mana. Um just like all haymakers plus the stuff that helps us get Myojin. So yeah, what other big blue haymakers are fun? Um I've found that Diluvian Primordial it disappoints me more often than not. And if it's 3 of them, then Crucible, what is I forget the specifics for Wondrous Crucible. Oh, it's like Wondrous, right? Yeah. This is don't touch my stuff, mill cards, exile at random and copy it. Yeah. That seems... Oh, Grozoth. I am a Grozoth lover. Do we have anything fetchable off that yet? We have Bahamut. Um mm, Oh, we need Rings of Brighthearth. Uh yeah, yeah, not Jin Caduceus. I'm gonna tentatively put Grozoth in here, but I want to make sure we have like good targets for it too. Yeah, I think Mind's Dilation is also exactly the kind of ridiculous that we want here. Do need propaganda? I don't know, because I think we were trying to go as fast as possible to get this thing out. Patron of the Moon. I feel like by the time we're casting Patron of the Moon, we should just be able to cast other big stuff. Phyrexia. I'm trying to decide, is Portal too much? Mm. Draw engines currently. Yeah, I hadn't thought too much about that part of it yet, because I think we won't need a ton, because once we get to a certain point, we have a bunch of really high impact spells. So as long as we like have a reasonable amount of card draw, we should be okay. Yeah, you know what? Let me just do this search. I mean, it's a Commander classic, but 4 Mirror Battlesphere is kind of funny. Yeah, I think Seagate is pretty free for this. Mm. There's something that's very funny to me about having 4 copies of Sphinx and Second Son, but I don't think that it's good. There is also like having 4 copies of Cybermen Squadron means that all of your artifact creatures have 4 instances of Myriad. Uh, I kind of I think I'm more I'm finding a direction for this. Uh, can we do? I don't know. This is like kind of what I want. Cause like I think I put this Iron Squadron in like that's my kind of play. Oh yeah, Schultz, I totally missed it. You can pick any card at all, and it goes in the deck. Your name goes on the sleeve on the front side, so we know if it hits the table who put it in. It's not guaranteed to be in the game. It is an honest shuffle, and we play the game out as it goes. And it is pretty much just like as long as the card it's pretty much up to the deck builder's discretion, but unless there is a real unless like we can't do it, then we probably just do it. Mm? All right, Schultz. Awooga, 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 awooga. What do you want? What card do you want? No. You can't choose a card that's already in the deck. Doesn't work. Illegal. Oh, this is a card that I like for this deck. Yeah, you gotta pick one. You gotta pick a real one, Schultz. uh, Lulu does 2 things that we want. One, it dissuades people from attacking you early, and later we can proliferate that indestructible counter. Hmm. I still feel like there's one more piece that ties this whole thing together. Some missing angle. Oh God, Sire Seven Deaths. Is there maybe a world where this is an artifact deck? I think it's already leaning in that direction. Because I like to be able to run Mycos and Golem in the deck. Because that also makes it easier for you to go, great, Myojin, cast something in the same turn. Yeah, I think theft is a good angle for this. The thing I consider though when putting decks together for a pod for the show is uh is the pod balanced? Does any particular strategy get like a buff or a nerf depending on what the theme is? And I think that theft is a little pushed here since everybody's commander costs 8. And that's a huge feel bad where like whatever deck is finally like, I dropped my 8-mana commander, and then you're like, all right, my deck is designed to just steal your stuff now. So I probably am going to avoid that strategy, particularly because of this pod. But I think I like the artifacts. I think I like the artifacts angle. Yeah. Oh, Hamsphere. Hamsphere is very good. I think I do. We also want the mirror battle sphere here. Uh, silver mirror. Yeah, because we try not to tech against the pod theme. Yeah. Schultz kind of sponsored a card. He just has not picked a legal card yet. If he shoots snow covered island, why would he get DQ'd? Oh, conspiracy unraveler. Oh, that's no fun. I don't think there's anything that cares about snow in the whole set either. I don't mind like Curse of Unbinding because that's not theft in the sense of I've taken the thing off of your board. Um, I'm also kind of tempted to go with for Conspiracy Unraveler here, since collecting evidence 10 is actually not unreasonable in this deck, but we don't really have a way to get stuff into the graveyard. What other? Greatest. We're looking for greatest, right? There we go. Yeah, Padim, I think, is kind of what we're looking for here. A little bit of card draw, layer of protection. Oh, there's something about my childhood heart that would, if I got to copy Broodstar, it would make me very happy. Emery is solid, but I think for the same reason as the other, like we don't have a lot of options for no time sifters. Good God, for we don't have a lot of ways that things are going to the yard. Yeah, but Emery only mills a little itself. I like it. I like it more in a deck that like it can excel in. Because I'm also not too worried about recursion. I think the idea is just get ramp as fast as possible, start slamming big spells, and hey, we should like they should be doing enough that I'm not worried about needing a specific one or recasting a certain one. We almost have like a functional deck because I want to just like fill in some extra cards and then run it through the tester to see how it does. Scotty. New cards I find myself wanting to just slam into my decks. I mean, actually, one of them's here. Bahamut just goes in a lot of things. Yes, yeah. That's another card that just goes in everything. Um, hmm. I think I'm gonna put the unsubstantiate in here because it's both interaction and allows us to cast Myogen and bounce it to our hand, which is stupid, but I think it's stupid and on theme. There's like a reason Remand doesn't work, right? No, that works. And it draws. Yeah, that's just better than this. I considered press the enemy, but I think it's just not what this deck wants to do. This is a tap out blue deck. I think it's more focused on its own game plan than holding up 4 mana to interact. This seems like a Crystal Shard deck. We have a couple other things that are good to bounce. Trinket Mage, Solemn, clones that we use early. This also allows us to Geo Golem out. I think we're probably not playing Mana Drain here. I think it's a little too strong. Hmm. What else do we need here? I think we do need more, like, actual artifacts. Oh, yeah. What am I do want the Platinum Angel here. Like, that's a good time. I think I'm missing ramp that I should have here. I think as far as tutors go, the only ones that I'm focused on are the ones that allow us to find the pieces to do the Myogen thing. Otherwise, we have a load of a bunch of other things that I'm not concerned about specifically which one that we find. We'll be able to slam like threat after threat after threat. I guess like yeah, we need artifacts and ramp. Definitely the midnight clock. Uh, machine gun seems good. Uh, yeah, might as well. Platinum Empyrean. Yeah. I think Triplicate Titan and Phyrexian big thing. Oh, but the other one's just like a bit. It's just a 9/9, right? Like that one with the. Oh, signpost is great. I'm a believer in misleading signpost. Yeah, Triniform is meh. I think at this point I'm okay with no, because I was like for a moment I was like maybe the artifact reducers, but I want it to also be able to pay for Myogen, so you know what? I should do Astral Cornucopia and Ever-Flowing Chalice, and now fill in the extra spots with Proliferate, because that is the thing that I think the thing that we are missing here. Because we do need a way, like we need just a couple Proliferate cards that make sense in the deck. Like Augury seems good. Like Flux Channeler is pretty powerful here, but I don't know what it. I don't know that we have. Yeah, I don't have it with me because I'm at the studio right now. Because you want Proliferate that you're able to do once. Oh, I guess Karn's Bastion. Uh, once you've got your Myojin on board. Staff of Completion. That's a good example. This is an artifact that proliferates. All right, we're at 4 lands, 35. I'm just going to do this for the moment because I want to test out and see what a hand, like what it looks like. So I'm gonna fill the rest of these spots and run a play test just to get an idea. This is also pretty meh. Let's go to 6. All right, this I think we can live with. So we put like I think Empyrean on the bottom. Two Chalice on 1. Scepter is turned on. Transmute Grozoth. We find something big and fun at 9. Maybe Triplicate Titan. Maybe... Sure, Bahamut. Turn 4. We have 7 mana. I think we just go, what, like... Solemn... Ornithopter. And then on this turn, we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We can just slam this if we want. Okay. Second 7. I think this is playable. We go 1, 2, 3. Four. Let's say we bounce something. Turn 5. We have 8, 9 mana, which is enough to cast this, but so we put this onto the board with no counter. We draw land, spark double it. Do we have enough for Cura? 3. That was the spark double. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not quite enough on that turn. It's kind of working. Second 7. Okay. So land count, we definitely want the land count to go up a little bit. I think I'm gonna start putting in the actual lands. Sanctum of Eternity. Academy Ruins. It's a long shot, but like Tyrite Sanctum does put an indestructible counter on stuff. I think I play Temple of False God here because it always comes on time for me. Yeah, that is a good thought, Rob. I'm gonna swap some of this removal out uh for for some bounce options, I think. Yeah, Draftna, that does both things we want, right? Oh, but it's I was hoping that bounced also. Yeah, I guess if we're we did talk about a lot about curfew today. A couple other cuts. What did I see that I was not excited to see? I think Goldberry doesn't work because we don't have any way to like. There's no profit here. Yeah, I think for the bounce effects, I want them to be nothing. I want them to cost nothing, like next to nothing. Um, I do think I am going to pull the Reaver Titan because this is like again one of my most popular videos of all time, saying how very hard to deal with this is, and the game is more entertaining if there is possibly a way out. But I think with that card there is not. Yeah, the crew 4 will definitely be tricky. All right, we'll pull one more of these. One more island and playtest this. All right, this looks great. Turn 1. Turn 2. I think I'm okay with this. Turn 3. Two. Two. Trinket Mage for our campfire. Draw. We have 4, 5, 6. I think also Techuthalt is not. So we don't have a ton of ways to move the counter. We don't have a ton of counters in the deck, period. This seems like not a card I want. I think I just play the Augury here. Look at 3. Take a card. Two. I have 3, 4. Play this. Crack it. Shuffle. Draw next turn. weird. All right, let me try one more. This curves. Turn 2 medallion. Turn 3 Padim. Turn 4. Yeah, all right. So I don't think I want the Tecuthal. Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, we do have enough artifacts where I'm okay if that doesn't produce mana. Yeah, turn 1. Does not matter. Turn 2. Huh. That is a bad Scepter of Eternal Glory. But I think it is the most efficient use of mana. Turn 4. Oof. Turn 4 we have 6 mana. It's like not quite enough to do anything. We'll put this on 2, I guess. Means that on this turn 5, we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. We maybe do like this for some time. No ramp. How many 2 mana like ramp spells do we have? I'm counting Wayfarer's Bauble because that's ramping on to 1, 2, 3, 4. We need more of those. 4, 5, 6. Oops, 6. What mana rocks do I want here? I don't think there's anything in particular that is helpful. I think we do have the Mind Stone in there. Torque, I guess, has a semi-relevant ability. I don't think Seance board does anything for us in this deck, though, right? So it makes mana for instant sorcery, demon, spirit. That does. It is a spirit. All right, it's not great, but it's too specific. I'll do that, and I'll do the liquid metal torque. I wonder if the Grozo, because it's not like finding a specific thing that we need. I don't know. I think I gotta leave it. I think I am gonna cut this for now. Cause it's also not an artifact. I think I am here for less counters in this deck. We have what, three right now. Actually, that's probably fine. Okay. That is a Soul Ring. When I play test, if I hit Soul Ring, I will put it aside and draw a new card because I know the deck will work if I draw Soul Ring in the opening hand. So that's not the most helpful. Wow, we were getting a lot of lands. This seems fine. 1, 2, 3. We play a Chalice on 2. So in turn 4, 4, 5, 6, and this reduction. Sorry, I'm very hungry. Arm tastes good. I mean, we can just play Battlesphere here. And then turn 5. I think turn 5 we just, oh, we don't, because one of this is artifact reduction. 4, 5, 6, 7. So we copy Battlesphere. Except, oh yeah, we can't turn this into a creature, but that's okay because we are fine to make 4 mirror and have a rock. So that's 3. We have 4 mana left. Use 2 of it for Crystal Shard. Save 2 of it for Signpost. On the next turn, we untap. Now we can play this, and we can bounce it. Sure. All right. This finds. I think I'd keep this. 1 Expedition app. God, come on. 2 map. Find beacon. Draw turn. Play turn 3. Cornucopia for 1. Turn 4. Solemn. Turn 5. I think this is the more fun card. We mill 1, 2. Whoa, God. Can we pick a... Is it possible to do... Oops, that's not what I wanted. Can I group these and pick a random one? Anyway, I think that's pretty solid. All right, I think I'm pleased with this now. It's big and stupid. And it's not necessarily exactly my style. Hey, Knight of Bawa, thank you so much. Here is your your sub alert. Awooga, 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 awooga. And since you have gifted 3 or more subs as we built the deck, is there a card you would like to add? You can add any card that is legal for the deck and is, like, at my discretion, not a problem. Because if you were like, yeah, add Stasis, I'd be like, I don't know, but I'd consider. You got in just in time. We were about to close it out. Are you sure? Are you sure? Because you can add any card that you want to this, and we write your name on the sleeve, and it might show up on decked out gameplay. Add Turkrid, yeah. All right. Well, just know that anytime that you do this, that you do that during the deck building, you're welcome to add a card by doing so. All right, this is, yeah, it's big and stupid, and I also, you have to build in with, like, who might be playing in mind, and we don't know who's going to be in this game, so I didn't want to make it too much like my style, which the mono blue decks often turn out to be. This is fairly low interaction. Just ramp out and play the most ridiculous stuff that you can. Try to do the Myojin thing and get some copies. Well, thank you, Bawa. Much, much appreciated. All right. Yeah, it's a deck. I might adjust the lands a little bit. I don't, but I think otherwise I do this. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. So this one is going to be up against the one that we did last week, and then probably 2 from the Patron deck submissions. Cool. Well, we have a little time left, everybody. Let's do a lightning deck build. Let's do one last deck build. We are limited to 30 minutes. Ashen, thank you so much. Yeah, if you all didn't know, we did hit 50K subs on YouTube, which is, woo! Big number is big. Nerd Mom, what time am I ending tonight? I'm ending in 30 minutes. Lightning Army of One deck build. Let's do it. An actual lightning deck build. All right. Yeah, we're gonna boom, boom. Lightning Army of One. What we need. All right. So let's do. Let's see. Oh. Double strike. This is a lot of cards. It's 211 results. Boo. Boo. Boros Charm seems great. Protector stuff. Also be able to double strike. Hmm. Goad seems cool. Psychotic Fury. That's very efficient for what we're doing. I like being able to cycle double strike as well. Let's see. Oh, two-handed axe. That's brutal. And I think highest onslaught, since we can set it up ahead of time. We want extra combat. What are our best options for this? Yeah, we want as many extra combats as possible, especially if they can be done all in the same turn. Oh yeah, this card that does exactly what we want, double strike and extra combat. This is great because it's 3 mana if we hit with a commander. Port Razor for sure. Seize the Day, very good here. Okay, good. Let's see. Perfect goad. Boom. Let's see. Oh, we'll do the whole ramp package, although we don't need much. Duelist Heritage. I guess we could do Duelist Heritage. I want to make this as efficient as possible. Like, I don't want to spend 3 mana for that. But I guess it is something you can put on board before having lightning. This is definitely a deck that feels like it wants mass hysteria. Let's see. I think I want to be able to protect my stuff before going in. Oh, you know what? What's its face? I would like players to not be casting things while I'm trying to do my fun stuff. I think we maybe also run Kedis here. I'm not worried too much about evasion for Lightning because First Strike and Trample is already solid. You probably have somebody that you can get through on with that. Plus, Giver and Mother can also protect for that. Think. Um, Boots, Knight, Gisela, Timely Word, Overblaze. Um, I think I'm on board with Duelist Heritage because, like, even though it's 3 mana, it means that you can play this ahead of time before Lightning's on the board, and you get that extra bonus of doing stuff on, giving it to everybody else's stuff. Legion's Leadership, double power. I think I also think that the MDFCs in these colors are pretty good. What are our best haste enablers for this? Yeah, I'd like Overblaze better if it didn't cost so much. Uh oh yeah, we got a mass hysteria in there already. Yeah, what else? Like a good buff to like power here seems. I think I do like Kittis here. And I think Lizard Blades. I like the Hero's Blade. It's just nice and simple. I think we use like Arena of Glory and maybe all the Bandit Lord help with haste. Yeah, Odric's okay, but we don't even have that many other creatures. This also just seems like deck that wants to go fast. Eh, 35 cards. Yeah, I want there to be a better option than Swiftfoot. But that might just be it. It feels like there should be a better option, right? Yeah, but then Greaves doesn't allow us to, like, we have to like double strike it beforehand. We can't like double power or other double power. We can't like double power. I don't think I get a better option. Hmm. Oh yeah, I feel like we have to have like a bolt in here at the least. Uh oh, Spectacular Showdown, double duty here. We can either double strike lightning with it, or we can goad the whole table. Get a couple board wipes in there that benefit us. Yeah, we do. We need some like clean removal here. Like just add the typical package. Oh. We're at 43. We have 10 minutes left. What else do we put in this that I think works the way we want it to? What else is good before it? Player takes double damage until your next turn. I think I want one more, like, we need a couple more hasters. Like, hasters and pumps. I think I'm okay with the rising of the day here. It gives a little pump and haste. It's not the most efficient hasty for us, but we can put it down ahead of time, and it's no like extra cost. Ah, wait a minute. I don't feel bad. Ah. Yeah, I don't think I'm too concerned about a board wipe because we don't have a lot of permanents, right? Like, we just need the one thing. We have haste. I do think I want like maybe a little bit of protection here. What are like the best? Because we want it to stay on the board because we want to be able to protect it as it's swinging. Uh, I think I just want like this kind of effect. I'm okay with running a little bit of that here. I'm okay. I think Scrub. That's a good call. A little bit of inherent, like a little bit of pump. That's like easy. Oh, I know what I want. Reckless something. Reckless charge? Yeah. Reckless charge. +3 and haste. So I like this because it only adds 1 mana. It's a big boost to power, and it's like people aren't like, oh well, next turn they're only gonna have 4 mana. Only a few minutes left. Mm. Oh, I like this. I think Dragonfire Blade is pretty solid here. You only get a reduction of 2, but it's 1 mana, 2 to equip, +2 in hexproof for monocolor. Actually, the more I think about that, the less I like it. I think I'd even run what the boots, lava spur boots. Two drops to put counters on your creatures. I think the one that I'd want is the ones that do it at combat. Uh, yeah, that's only a buff by 1, but I guess there's probably not a better rate that you can get for this. Um, all right, and then what creatures do we play after? Because we have a couple good ones that are good, but what do we do after lightning? Yeah, it's a solid start. Bulk up's kind of mean. I don't remember exactly what this does. +2 a menace is nice. Go to each creature that player controls. All right. I think that's a solid start for a deck that we whipped up in 30 minutes. Woo! All right, everybody. Well, thanks. This has been a fantastic day getting to talk to all of you about the decks that you submitted and the one that we built for the show. Don't forget, uh, this happens every Wednesday. It's either me or Joe Cherries or both of us. And if you are a patron of a particular tier, then you're able to submit deck techs every month, and they'll happen on one of these Wednesdays. You'll always have this option below to just get a deck tech on the particular day. But that's all we're gonna do for right now. Let me see if there is anywhere we should go. Let's see who is on now. All right, everybody. I will see you all next time. Headed over to I assume see a little commander. And tomorrow, just like every other day of the week, you can just stop by from uh 2 p.m. PST to 8, and one of us will be here doing something fun. I will see you all next time. Bye.